What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Today is December 19th, 2025. Only got so many more days left of 2025. If there was a trial, it would have been over about a month ago. We would have heard a lot of information. This episode, Idaho4, Jack Showalter, naughty or nice list. But first, we're going to be talking about a lot of things.
12:28 a.m. 8 seconds, September 2, 2022.
Police and Fire, this is Brendan.
Hi, is this the non-emergency number?
It sure is, yep.
Okay, I'd just like to report a noise complaint.
Sure.
Somewhere near King Street.
Near King Street, okay.
Yes,
and where are you calling from, just as reference?
Calling from 1260 Walenta Drive.
1260 Walenta, okay. And it's coming from King, okay.
It's, I think it's a house not exactly on King Street, but you'll know.
Sure. And what is it you're hearing?
It's country music.
Oh, gosh. Makes it even more of a noise complaint, right? I'm just kidding. And what was your name?
Matthew.
And your last name, please?
Moye, Moye.
Okay. And do you need officers to follow up with you at all?
That's not an issue.
Have you ever called us before, Matthew?
I don't believe so.
Hang on just a second.
Yeah, you have.
Just a moment.
Actually, no, I have called you before.
You have? Okay.
Number.
Just trying to, yeah, I'm just looking in here and I'm not seeing, it doesn't look like anybody added you in our system. Let me just double check. Matthew, M-A-T-T. Oh, here you are. Okay. All right, Matthew, I've gone ahead and put in the call, and I've already got 2 officers that are en route.
All right, boom, bitches. That's all I wanted you guys to all hear is, yes, I told y'all that he called multiple times. I want to tell you guys a little something more than that. We got Moscow to write we got four separate emails yesterday from Moscow, but I was doing family stuff. Last night, I about fell out of my chair when I actually looked at these emails. Do you guys want to know what we were quoted? Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, the first issue I have with one of my requests was Idaho State Police told me that they were no longer in possession of everything because they gave it all to Moscow Police Department. So when I was doing my request through Idaho State Police, they said, we gave them everything, so you need to go through them. Okay. So I say, in my request, I say, Dear Moscow Legal, per Idaho State's response, here it is. I have to actually go through you guys to get the stuff that I'm asking for, which is stuff like, AKA Idaho State Police, yada, yada, yada. Can't make this up. You cannot make this up. They told me that they can't give out anybody else's records. And I said, excuse me? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, in quotes, your request for another agency's record is denied. I say, you are now in possession of this stuff. I know that you are. Here's the item number. Here's where it was sent. It is recording C4, C, D5. Like I nut it all. Then I get back a response saying, okay, yes, we have located your stuff. I'm like, are you charging me because you guys can't find your stuff, or AKA act like you can't find your stuff? So then therefore 96 minutes that it took you to locate this stuff, that I'm like, if you would just listen to my instructions, writing up an email to tell me that you're denying me because they're not that's Idaho State Police stuff. I'm like, I attached an exhibit and said, listen, please read what I send you. This is what they're saying to me, that they are no longer in possession of any of this stuff because they gave it all to you guys. So you're not giving away their material. It is now your material because it is your case. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck did I just get a $26,000 26 G's? Oh my God. 26 G's. And you're going to be like, Lana, what was the 26 G's? Well, we wanted all the lead sheets. We're very smart over here. We know what we're asking for. This is not our first fucking rodeo, okay? 30,000 emails came in. 30,000 emails. They have to transfer those emails into lead sheets, okay? We know this over here at Truth and Transparency. We wanted the lead sheets from 11/13 until 12/7. That's it. 30,000 in like 26 emails. Okay. What should usually happen is you take the emails that you get and you're then creating, it's usually an industry standard here. You're going to then type in the person that would have called in or emailed in or what did whatever, type that up, like their name. Then you're going to put if they are calling about a suspect or to give a name or the purpose of it. In fact, if any of you guys have been following along in the Delphi case, they just filed their appellate brief. There was exhibits, okay, that went with them. And some of those exhibits were supposed to be filed under like we're not putting people's information out, okay? That's what like the defense team didn't want certain people that were like, confidential informants in a way, but it's like, listen, I want to be an anonymous source because these people are dangerous, okay? But I'll give you my name. Can it be anonymous? Like, I mean, what the heck? So the whole world doesn't know, the other side can. We don't want the whole world knowing, okay? And so sometimes there are situations that arise like that. And it's normally when like a bunch of like that type of conversation is had, okay? But when you tell me that you think that you are going to redact 30,000 lead sheets, what? No, you're not. You're not. You're absolutely not. For example, I'm just going to throw another thing out here. The Scott Peterson case, okay? Scott Peterson case. The lead sheets come from the anonymous tip line, okay? But they can also come from non-anonymous tip lines. This was just the emails were for Moscow police, for the email section, for whatever the Moscow Police Department took in email-wise, calling over the phones, people that came in. You create, it's like, think about a high school, okay? Somebody signs their kid in, or regular school for elementary school. You sign your kid in school. You sign your kid out of school, okay? This is all documentation, all right? If I was to say, I want to know every kid that left that school on this day, came in late this day, okay? Let's say that there was a bomb threat at a school. I want to know every kid that was absent that day that the bomb threat was. Okay? I want to know every parent that called their kid in sick. I want to know kids that were sick, but their parents didn't call them in sick. Okay? I'm just trying to show you like that you'd be able to get to those facts because it's documented. All right? So 30,000 emails would have been transferred into lead sheets. Should have been transferred into a one-page lead sheet where it's like, name, address, phone number of the person that is supplying the lead, the tip and lead, same thing. Okay. And then what they called about, what the reason for the date of it, and then who handled it, who handled this lead, what came from it, because you continue to make notes on it. Okay. And so we were like, we want the fucking lead sheets. Let's go. Let me tell you what this quote was. Okay. So remember how they came out and they said none of the tips, none of the leads, nothing went to Brian Colbert, or nothing, everything that was out there, nothing came, no fruits came from it. Okay. Except for Brian Colbert. I want to see where any tip came in that led to Brian Colbert. Because it's zero. Nobody called in about Brian Colbert. Not a single person. Okay. But more importantly, I want to see what happened. Why did I say I don't want anything after December 7th? Why do you think I would have said that? Use your brains. Because that's when they announced the white Honda Elantra. I want nothing to do after December 7th because they flooded their own tip line. Okay? And they did it for a reason. And the reason would be is, let's see what the fuck was in that pot of gold before December 7th. Okay. So I say to them, this was a November 17th request. Idaho State Police supplementals that have been turned over to Moscow Police Department. Dear Moscow Legal, I have been redirected to your agency to obtain my ISP public requests. So there's multiple ones. As Idaho State Police is not in possession of any audio or video records from all of their supplemental reports. So with that information, I now will be making those requests that I made to Idaho State Police since the course of my time from the past month to your agency. Request number 1 is from Eric Gower interview with Idaho State Police. So A is I'm looking for private driver Eric Gower's 11/18/2022 interview with Idaho State Police Detective Michael Van Leuven and Gary Tolson. I am seeking both the audio and video recording. Well, there is no video recording. They only did audio. B, I am seeking the pictures that were taken from Eric Gower's Prius 2011 by Idaho State Police on 11/19/2022. Michael Van Leuven and Gary Tolson from the Idaho State Police were present with Detective Talbot from Idaho State Police. These pictures were said to have been turned over to your agency. Request number 2. So that had everything to do with that, the way that I separate things. Request number 2 is from Joe Lake, Idaho State Police. He was at 1122 on 11/19/2022 when he took pictures of Dylan's bedroom and immediately outside of her bedroom. C says, so that was because I have A and B under request number 1. So then my C portion is under request number 2, which is C. So the first thing I always do with my request is I describe what I'm seeking. Okay. For them to be able to wrap their hands around it. So it's going to be Joe Lake. It's going to be Dylan Morrison's bedroom. It's going to be, so C is, I am seeking the pictures that Joe Lake took at 1122 King Road of Dylan Morrison's bedroom and in the immediate area on 11/19/2022 because he also took pictures outside of the house. Allegedly, supposedly. D, to include L4, which is the footprint outside of Dylan Mortensen's bedroom. In quotes, with Judge Hippler's rulings and Megan Marshall's rulings, I am seeking these without any redactions per those orders. Pretty easy request there. Request 3 is from Idaho State Police Supplemental Report 64. Cody Herman's report features the following interviews from 11/16 of 2022 to 12/16 of 2022. Specifically, I am seeking the following. E. Idaho State Police Cody Herman's interview with female witness on December 1st, 2022 from Idaho State Police Supplemental Report 64, page 13 of 17. There were 17 total pages. I am looking at page 13 of 17. Witness number 12 from the report that pertains to tip number 0187, recording D7. I don't know how motherfucking, I mean, I'm giving you, it's like a boss. F. Idaho State Police Cody Herman's interview with male witness on 11/18/2022 from Supplemental Report 64, page 9 of 17, recording A5. G. Idaho State Police Cody Herman's interview with male witness on 11/21/2022 from Supplemental Report 64, page 11 of 17, tip 0098, labeled C3 and C4 recordings. Thank you, Lana. We have asked. I asked for that. Idaho State Police said that they will not give that to me. So now my response, the response for that, for those items. Okay. Dear Lana, the city has received a request attached for the following: A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. According to A, which is the audio and video recording of Idaho State Police interview of Eric, I'm going to get it. But there's just no video. Okay, so you can't have the video because it doesn't exist. So the only recording we've located is an audio recording. Therefore, the video portion of your request is denied because it doesn't exist. I'm fine with that. In regards to B, C, and D, B is pictures taken by Idaho State Police on 11/19 of Eric Pria's. C is Dylan Mortensen's bedroom. And D is the L4, the footprint outside of Dylan's bedroom. So B, C, and D of your request, the records you are requesting, if such records exist, were created by the Idaho State Police. No shit. No shit they were. I literally copied and pasted everything that I gave Idaho State Police that they turned down because they said that they gave it to Moscow, and literally copy, cut, and pasted it to my new FOIA then to turn into Moscow. And now they tell me the same thing that Idaho State Police tells me in the following. Your request for another agency's record is denied. It's not another agency's record. They gave you all of this. They gave you the pictures taken by Idaho State Police of Eric's Prias. They gave you the pictures taken of Dylan Mortensen's bedroom and in the immediate area on 11/19. They gave you the L4, the footprint outside of Dylan's bedroom. So now we're going to have a clash off. So I had to wait to get, you have 180 days from the point of when you get a denial to appeal it. So I've been waiting because I'm taking all of my denials. And I am crafting, because I've been working on an amazing motion. It's a petition, actually. I'm going to be super specific with my language here. It's a petition. Okay. I am filing. We're coming. And so I was waiting to get everything because that's how I want to do it. I'm not going to paper trail this shit in. So as you guys can see these dates, I got stuff from August that I put in, stuff from July, actually. July, August, September, October, November. Now here, I'm just getting back. I put this in November, what was it, 17th? I just got a response back on December 18th, late last night. So check this out. So they're saying that they don't have Dylan Morrison's bedroom pictures that Joe Lake took. They don't have the L4 footprint, and they in the Prias. Okay. So then, and then they say, but guess what? Let's say that somehow, after you basically appeal this, they say the statutory exemptions asserted herein shall not constitute a waiver of any and all other legal bases. Because what they're going to do after that is when I win that objection, when I win my appeal on that, because they do have it, then they're going to say, well, X, Y, and Z, then they're going to try to like not give it over because of privacy. Okay. So we're going to just nip all this in the butt. All right. In compliance with the requirements of Idaho Code 74-1035, the city attorney for Moscow has reviewed your request. Because then you guys know that all of my requests get flagged. Every single one of them. I don't think I've gotten a request that hasn't gotten flagged. Which is good. I mean, I'm flattered by it because they have to double check it. I'm flattered. You have the right to appeal a denial by the filing of a petition in conformance with, Now, in regard to the rest of what I'm going to get, okay? In regards to the audio portion of A, which is the Eric Gower stuff, okay? Grower, whatever. The city may charge a requester who is not a resident or an employee of a resident, as defined by Idaho Code, blah, blah, for duplication of computer-based digital records. The city charges per Idaho Code. So the way I said the live title of this was like the Eric Grower interviews coming is because somebody has already put that in. And it's already been paid for, but also it's already available for me to buy the duplicate. So I'm going to tell you guys this. What that means is, in my opinion, how I've seen this work is when there's ever a duplicate fee that hey, just call up and you can pay the $30 right now. And listen how they do it. They put you on a list, okay, to be able to get the audio once it is released to the they're supposed to give it to the first person, and then what I try to do is I'll wait to put out, like, if somebody already paid a bunch of money for something, I have integrity, and I'm like, hey, let them put it out first, go watch it there, you know what I mean? And then do everything after the fact, even after paying the $30. Okay. Again, that's an integrity thing for me. That's you raised the money, you paid more money than I did for it type of thing. And here, see if you can get back some money based on people viewing it. Okay. Even though none of the ship should be costing what it's costing. Okay. There is cost. And it's just, hey, that's how I think that it should be done. But once you pay $30 for something, guys, fucking put logos all over whatever the fuck you paid for $30. It's yours. You bought it. Okay. So I know people are talking about why would anybody put a watermark on it? You bought it. It's yours. Watermark it. Who cares? Now, if someone just gave you a copy of their download, you didn't pay for it, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. But at the end of the day, if you're making the video and the time that it takes to upload it and make sure everything's all kosher with the sound and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, a lot of time goes into that. So piss off. If people are mad at people that are watermarking their shit, okay, then you go buy it and you go upload it and don't watermark it if you don't want it to be a watermarked document. So it's really weird that people are even talking about that, but whatever. Next. Okay. Now, the city charged a $30 duplication fee for the resolution of 2025-20 for any data request of 20. You guys know all that, right? Okay. Now we get into all of this because nobody's requested any of this stuff. Now, the following are estimates based on the estimated time we believe it will take to process this portion. Please understand that the exact amount cannot be determined at this time, and that the final total due from you may or may not be as much. Okay. So for E, which is ISP Cody Herman's interview with a female witness on 12/1/2022 pertaining to tip number 0187. Okay. Well, that interview is a 76-minute long audio recording, which I now appreciate because I had wrote in and said, you guys are just giving us estimates and not telling us what's the substance of it. You know, is this a 5-minute thing? Is this a... So we've gotten that all taken care of with the people in Moscow to say, listen, you're going to have to break it down like you're supposed to do by the statute, which says item by item, because I need to know what I'm paying for. Okay, if you're going to try to charge me for something, like, what are you charging me for? So that interview is 76 minutes. We believe it will take approximately 196 minutes for redacting and legal review to complete the processing of this portion of your request. So you don't count the 76 minutes. You just go with, they're saying that it's 196 minutes of time. Okay. This is wild. Just think about this. Okay. The city estimates that the portion of your request will cost you approximately $250.10 for 196 minutes of city staff time. Now, that is way lower than what has been quoted in the past. For 196 minutes of time, $250.10. Okay, do the math on that. It's more than $1 a minute. Okay. So that's just for that. So they said $250.10. And this is how I look at it. There should be redaction of, with this interview with this person. Okay. No name should be redacted. Whatever this woman says, that's her statement to the police. Okay. That's investigatory records. The only thing that should be redacted is at the beginning when she says her name and gives a phone number. Okay. She gives her name, phone number, address, stuff like that, date of birth, anything like that. That always comes at the beginning, right? Then you could potentially run into the fact of if she is providing a phone number of, if somebody's like, asks her about somebody, oh yeah, do you have their name and number and phone number? I can get in touch with them. Yeah, hold on, let me look. And then I give that. So that could be potentially there. And so you would have to be what? You're listening to it, right? You have to listen to the 76 minutes. Okay. So you can listen to it on at least 1.5 speed and still be able to completely understand what everybody is saying. We do it all the time. So you would listen to it at 1.5 speed. So you're going to be able to take the 76 minutes. And if you listen to it on times 1.5, you're going to cut down your time in almost half. Okay. So you would be able to get that down to 40 minutes out of 76. Okay, I'll even say 45. Fuck it. All right, 45. What else is there to do? 45 minutes. If you hear a phone number, you press stop, you mark the time stamp from the beginning to the end of it, of when that redaction needs to come out. Okay. So how is this taking 196 minutes? They just have a really horrible system. Their logistics is dog shit. Now, I want to also know that if you guys, like, I see that they've used AI for stuff. Why can't something like that be tossed into AI and it be transcribed, and then you can just look at the transcription and see if there's any phone numbers in there? I'm saying there has to be a way quicker way to do this. Okay, but to listen to redact stuff that doesn't need to be redacted, like, why are we paying for stuff that doesn't need to be redacted? And then we can even go as far as this. If you're doing stuff above and beyond because of whatever, like, if that's because you want to do it that way, but that's not, why are we paying for that? Why are we paying for that? Next, F. Your request, the record was located and identified to be a 40-minute long audio recording. I knew that these were really good interviews because I could tell from what the material was. So I got a 76-minute interview and I have a 40-minute interview, right? We believe that 40-minute interview, it will take us 100 minutes for redacting and legal review. Okay. The one that was 76 minutes was going to take 196. So I was trying to see if they were looking at it like, here, they're taking the minutes, and then, like, how are they coming up with their estimates? Like, if I had to listen to something for 40 minutes, I'm going to be able to know what needs to be redacted as I'm listening to it, right? And I can't imagine that that's going to take me anywhere near more than just possibly 15 extra minutes when I would just be making a note of it when I'm going through. I mean, okay, let's even say that even if I was to say it's double the time, 40 minutes plus 40 minutes, that's 80. So I'm like, where are they getting this? How are they doing this? Because it's for redacting and legal review to complete the process. So somebody is doing the redacting and then they say, here, check my work. And I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense then, because that means somebody has to, like, go through the whole thing again. If somebody's legal reviewing it, like, what do you mean? Because then it would be 40 minutes to listen to everything, and then another person's listening to it for 40 minutes, but then you have to do the redacting on top of the 40. So you got 40, that's 80, right? 80. And then so basically they're saying that 20 minutes is for redacting. Then when you do the 196, so it'd be 76 plus 76 is 152. And then you're going to give the 152 out of that. So that's how I was trying to see what they were doing to give these estimates. And I was like, you guys are working harder, not smarter. And you're also wasting my fucking money and time, and all of your guys' money and time. Okay, so for the 40-minute one, it's $128.49 for 100 minutes of city staff time. So the first one was 196 minutes of city staff time, and the second one was 100 minutes of city staff time. So 196 minutes plus 100 minutes is 296 minutes. There's 60 minutes in an hour, right? Okay. For G of your request, you identified 2 audio recordings totaling 18 minutes. We believe it will take 58 minutes for redacting and legal review to complete the processing of this portion of your request. And that was G. But hang on. That's interesting. Okay. They located the two, then they've already located these. Okay, now check this out. So those ones are just 2 audio recordings of totaling 18 minutes. I don't know if they stopped in between. I don't know. We'll see. But that is going to be $70.74 because it's going to be 58 minutes of city staff time to deal with 18 minutes of audio. Then, now, additionally, there is the cost of the time spent to search for and retrieve the requested records. So, like, basically write this all up, go find everything. And so that is, which is at $10.99 for every 15 minutes of city staff time. I get charged $10.99. Okay. So there is also the cost for the staff time spent on administrative tasks to process your request. To date, so just to date, they've spent 1 hour and 20 minutes has already been spent on your request. An additional 30 minutes is estimated to complete the processing of your request, which would be like to basically send me an email with it. Okay? And put it in the links that they're going to put it into. And so, which is estimated to be $71.87 for 110 minutes of staff time. These costs will be added to any of the above costs for the 4 audio recordings requested as a one-time charge. So let me explain this to you. They basically say it's like going to the ATM. Are you going to take out $20 and pay $4? Or are you going to take out $100 and get your $4 charge worth it? Because basically it's like this. If I only want, let's say, I only want Eric's, I am still going to pay for the hour and 20 minutes that it took to do everything that I requested in this request. For me to, on top of, so I'm going to be paying this on top of, even if I just wanted one of those things. You understand? So then a logical person like myself is like, we've already had this conversation, you guys. Why would I ever put a bunch of things in a request? I'm going to do one item per thing. You understand? Because if I don't want something, then that time that it took to search for that, I'm not paying for down the road. Because this is what I'm also saying. What if I don't get any of this shit? What if I don't get any of it? And this is what I was trying to explain to them when I wrote them the first time. I'm like, so let me get this straight. People can just put in a bunch of requests with the intention of never getting any of it to bog down your time, right? To bog down your time and slow up the process of other people that actually want shit, right? And here you still had to do all that work that you didn't even end up getting paid for. So how many requests are actually going in, and these people took the time to locate, retrieve, and find all of the stuff that is at the very minimal $71.87 for 110 minutes of staff time. I cannot believe that would be these people are making close to what, $35 an hour. If it's at $10.99 for 15 minutes, 10, 20, 30, 40, 44 bucks for an hour worth of time. Who's getting paid $44 there per hour to literally look up and sit at a computer and search for records? Y'all need to go get a job at Moscow Police Department. $44 an hour. $10.99 per 15 minutes. That is fucking banging. Dude, I want to stop asking for any FOIA requests. I want to be I will sign whatever. I want to work for Moscow Police Department and literally donate 4 hours of my day, not donate because you guys are going to pay me. And you guys can pay me $45 an hour. And I will handle your FOIA requests. and I'll fucking sign an order. I will sign my name to a protective order. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable when I see that we're charging at $10.99 per 15 minutes. You guys, this is great. This is great news. Additionally, there is cost of the time spent to search for and retrieve the requested records, which is $10.99 for 15 minutes of city tap time. Dude, do the math. That's $45 an hour to literally do what? Retrieve records? Sign me up. You guys, this is amazing. I want to move to Moscow, man, to retrieve records. Acting like you're walking all over to the dungeon and back and forth and trucking through the, snow and sleet and rain. And you mean get on a computer and, they have to have some type of server that this is all on. And I'm literally blueprinting it, where to find it. Okay. So anyways, I've never seen that before, that it's $10.99 per 15 minutes. That was something new. And I'm just like, dude. Anyways, now, I said, well, what am I really getting out of this? I'm getting Eric for 30, Cody Herman's interview with that female, Cody Herman's interview with that male, and then this interview. And so it's going to cost me, what does it end up being? $128 plus $250 plus $30. Plus $70. So $250, $128, $70, then $71, then $30. That's what that costs. And so I basically said it's $500. $500. And 3 of the things that I wanted, which are the easiest ones, it requires, I just want pictures from whatever he took from the bedroom at, and the L4, the footprint outside the latent print outside Dylan's room. I just want to see which way the footprint's going. Okay. And then can I just start asking questions like that? Which way is the footprint facing? North, south, east, west? Do you have the back part of the footprint? Is it the whole thing? Is it a full-fledged, I want to see this looking van, it would have been worth more money just to buy the house, right? So then we're going to get into this next one that we did, this next FOIA. The lead sheets. Yeah, 26 G's. $26,000. And I said, how is it 26 G's? Because they're going to redact the lead sheets. I'm like, then there's no point for the lead sheets. Do you understand there's cases that are like the Scott Peterson case? If the Brian Kohlberger case is closed, okay, it's a closed case, right? Closed case. Those are investigatory records. What are you doing? If you redact everything about the lead sheet is worthless. Okay. Bella, how worthless is it if you redact everything on a lead sheet? Yeah. What's the point? You don't go and get there's no point. You would never. So this is the point of why somebody like myself would want this. Okay. You want to start putting things into categories of who's calling in leads to begin with. Okay. Do we have out of towners? Okay. I would have a section of like the Moscow, Latah area people. Okay. College students, people that are, organizations like church people, like you want to start organizing and see where and who are generating and calling in and what the hell these people are possibly saying. Because sometimes people like to put people off on the wrong path. Also, I want to know how many people called in from being over there in Pullman. When I say called in, wrote an email, whatever, any lead sheets that we're developing, where were they out of? Thank you so much. For example, you know who these lead sheets would really, really help? I was trying to do a solid for the G's family. I was like, you know what? Lead sheets is exactly what they need to do this WSU shit. If you're going to be suing them, the lead sheets, if there was any lead sheets that were trying to be buried that actually like were from professors or anybody, stuff that was missed, there is no way that I believe that Moscow Police Department, when they're talking about it, they went through everything and they, you know, they vetted their information. They cleared people. They cleared when it cleared a lead, or they followed up with it, because then it leads to something else. It could potentially lead to something else. Yes, I have all of these. Play them. Play the Cindy one. Play the Matt one. I'm good. Remember Payne said rumors. Rumors is our best. Believe it or not, but rumors, stuff that you guys hear, yeah, we want to hear about that. I'm sorry, but I want to know every time that Emily or Hunter, or like, you know, when stuff will start like coming to you and you're like, oh, maybe I should tell them about this because they're saying that, you know, nothing's too small, like email it in. I want to know, because if nothing is coming from certain people and there's no paper trail back to any of these future witnesses, it's like, how do they become witnesses in the first place? Where is any of the material that they built, and why, and when the cops sought out those people? It's all about a timeline, how your investigation has developed. I mean, this case basically was like a whodunit, is what they refer to it as. Like, okay, and you normally start in your inner circle and you work your way out. Okay, well, here in this case, that's not how this was handled, at least a little bit of it, because let's go with IGG. But what was the inner circle saying? Whose stories weren't adding up? Whose stories were clashing? Who had totally different, hey, 5 of us were all at the same party, and I'm having a story, and you have a story, and you have a story, and you have a story. None of our stories make a lick of sense in terms of that we're all at the same place and we're all claiming different things. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Good night.
12:29 a.m. 54 seconds, September 2, 2022. 12:29 a.m. 16 seconds, September 2, 2022.
Moscow 178. 178, good. We'll be in after those place. 029. Moscow 140 will be in route back. 029. Moscow 178 there. 032. Moscow 178 will be out on the Kings on foot. 033. Moscow 140 red. 034. 4078, going to be this 1222, or correction, 1122, Queen Road up here. Copy, just walk out. 178, want to run and attach? Alright. Plus the curtain off.
Did you hear that, how they said 1122 Queen Road right there?
Correction, 1122, Queen Road up here. Copy, just walk out.
That's how he's certifying stuff. 1122 King Road isn't where you could find any of these. Well, this one obviously, but other ones, they were all under 1122 Queen Road.
178, want to run and attach? Alright. Plus the curtain model, King, Edward, Robert, Nora, Ocean, David, Lincoln, Edward versus Anna. X-ray, Adam, Nora, Adam, female, Arizona. 039.
I'll talk about this picture. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. How many total hours did they say that was going to take? 252? 252 hours? It was quoted for 256 hours. That's what, yeah, I know. 256 hours for the email leads. And again, guys, how it would possibly take you, you know how 250, how many hours that is? How many weeks that is? There's 40 hours in a week, technically, right? They quoted us 256 hours for the leads from only up until 12/7. And this was just the emails. No call-ins, no FBI line. Okay. This is 256 hours for the email leads. And I'm like, was it 30,000?
There are about 30,000 emails. Do you want to raise the money? Let's raise the money.
30,000 emails. And that was from 11/13 to 12/7.
Like a little under.
Not calling me back. So Molly McMichael's lead sheet, I want it. Okay. So then we can now. So I was just trying to do something simple as this, like, here, just give me the 30,000 emails. I'm going to go through them myself, like, versus me trying to tell you who I want. And then you're going to have to go through the 30,000 lead sheets and the emails. How the fuck is that possible? And I don't trust you to say, what are you doing? Putting in like trigger words. Like I typed the word Molly in. And I'm just like, so I'm thinking doing it this way is the cheapest, fastest way, you know? And normally it would be until they want to tell me that they have to redact stuff. What is there to redact? I'd be fine with redacting just the phone number and the address, but I don't think that I want to know who called in the lead. And yeah, they're going to redact the person that called in the lead. And they're going to redact the person that the lead sheet is about. Are you fucking kidding me? So I don't know what the fuck we're even looking at. I got to play guess. I'm not playing guess who. I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. That is impossible then to, for transparency for us to see what the hell they did. Because let's say that we're going through these lead sheets and it's like, I'm trying to think of like a good example. Okay, take a case like the Scott Peterson case. That's like going through the lead sheets and seeing that the burglary happened not after Lacey was missing. Look at all these lead sheets we have. These people, the burglary, the people that left their home, this is when they left. This is when they came back. The burglary couldn't have possibly happened after they came back on the 26th when you're trying to say that it did, you know. But this is what a lead sheet is. And if you think you're going to go through this and see that this is where the Bates page, so this is like part of discovery. Okay. And so I want to know how many, for them to say that they have to go do this, I want to know how many pages of the Bates pages were lead sheets, because Ann Taylor would have asked for all of this. We need your lead sheets. And please tell me that she did. I mean, if she didn't, that's wild. Lead sheets are different than reports. Thank you. In a case like this, when it's a whodunit, it's going to be a lot of lead sheets. So we're over here filing all this right shit, and they're over here going to claim behind that we're just going to redact everything. You're going to give me the information, but we're not going to know who it's for, what, and who it's by, and then I can just imagine if they think that they're going to redact. Like, what would you need to redact out of the description area? What would you redact? Nothing. There's nothing to redact. And that's what I just don't understand. If this case is so open, I mean, so closed, okay, what are you redacting? What are you redacting? And then they need to change their orders. because it's not in line with Meghan Markle's order, and it's not in line with Judge Hitler's order. None of this shit is in line with their orders. None of it. Life is denied by lack of attention, whether it be to cleaning a windows or trying to write a masterpiece. Just remember that. Okay, so I want to go back, and do you guys remember the hearing? Do you guys remember when Bill Thompson, we're going to go back and we're going to listen to Bill Thompson when Ann Taylor and Bill Thompson were in the courtroom together in Latah, okay? And talking about, we don't have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. So we don't have this. All right. Ann Taylor, motion to. Okay, let's see the arguments here. Let's see. Let's go with this one first.
He's an intelligent man, Brian. He was easy to talk to. He was aware of the situation. Really, it was a great conversation that we had given the circumstances of everything involved.
You say that he told you he was shocked that he was arrested. How so and why?
I believe he was shocked by the moment that the police broke his door down, had guns in his face. He was unaware that that was going to happen, and he was really shocked by the arrest. He wasn't expecting it, obviously.
Okay. How in the fuck is this not? How was this able to even happen? This would be client attorney privilege, no? You're telling the world what Brian Kober said? It's crazy. This is absolute ludicrous. Where's my ludicrous at? It's going down in the DMs. I mean, I could not, like, looking back at this, what is this man doing?
To be clear, you drafted a statement with and for your then client, the accused, in which he said, I will be exonerated. Those were not your words, but do you agree with his assessment?
I agree. That's what he had said to me, that he believed that he would be exonerated, which I believed implicitly that he was innocent of the crimes.
Now that is we're both lawyers. You're just a better one.
I don't know about that.
I do. Your zealous representation responsibility is to do everything you can to advance his cause under law. That's zealous representation. You do not have to say you believe he is innocent. You can say he's not guilty of the charges. They can't make the case. I think that they're speaking out of school. I don't think they have what they think. There's a whole range of qualifying statements. But innocent is something else. Innocent is that you believe he did not do this. Do I have it accurate?
Well, I don't want to put those words in my mouth. He said he was eager to be exonerated, which I believed him to mean that he believed he was innocent. I wasn't judging
yes,
the
of course.
case at that point in time. I didn't have the affidavit of probable cause. I knew none of the facts, and I didn't ask Brian about any of the.
Right there. I knew none of the facts. Do you understand that all of this stuff, like when you want to talk about making a documentary, okay? I didn't have any of the facts. Yeah. So I am trying so hard to get this man to be in my documentary because I want to ask him flat out when you did get the affidavit, because you didn't have it at the time. First of all, I want to ask why you ever went on this broadcast. Did Brian tell you? Did you ask Brian if you could go on this broadcast? Okay. Number one. Number two, you say that the affidavit is, probable cause, that I didn't have the facts. So you thought that those were facts, right? Did you follow this case then since, like, as it went on?
Facts or circumstances surrounding the case either.
Okay, that is very important. And I apologize because I have been slapping you around for making such a heady assessment so early in the case. But now that we put out the statement and you're saying, no, this is what he told you, and that was your takeaway about how he felt about his own situation. Very different. I apologize for any other inference. I'm glad we cleared it up. Now, once you saw the affidavit, what do you think now?
I said from the beginning, I read it 4 times through before I think I got most of it soaked in. I felt that it was a strong circumstantial case that's likely to possibly get stronger based upon other evidence that I would expect. But there are certainly holes. Whether or not the prosecution can close those holes is another story for another day.
What is your biggest concern?
I think the biggest concern is obviously his DNA on the sheath of the knife that was found in the room next to the Mogan body.
See the way that he's saying this stuff? It would just sound like there was a knife next to the Mogan body. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that this happened. I cannot believe that Ann Taylor did not. This is crazy. What is he talking? This was Brian Koberger's attorney.
Have to know what kind of DNA it is because there's a suggestion that goes like this, that it wasn't him. It was somebody he knew who he was with. What's
the date of this? There's a gag order. Okay. January 16th. This is a violation of that. I'm sorry. This is absolute wild, man. Wild, absolutely wild.
Violating, or this would only help his cause. Do you have any reason to believe that it could have been somebody else? That he wasn't alone? That the man who was shot in the shootout at Washington State University, the security guard, is he relevant?
I don't have any knowledge of another person being involved. Again, I never asked Brian any of the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. I made that clear from the moment I sat down with him that I was simply there to represent him for the extradition proceedings and that his attorney in Idaho would really be taking the case over and would want to hear his story first.
Is it unusual, even with that admonition, that people don't tell you why they're innocent and why they didn't do this, and here's what's wrong with this situation, help me?
It was certainly a unique situation for me. I've never had it like this quite before, where such serious charges an individual was facing. But I really wanted to make sure that he understood that I didn't want to know about the facts and circumstances. And I did cut him off several times before he was able to tell me anything about the case.
He asked when he was arrested, we are told, has anyone else been arrested? Does that sound right to you?
That's my understanding of what's out there. When I spoke to Brian about what he said to the police, and he did speak to police for approximately 5 to 15 minutes before invoking his Miranda rights, he couldn't recall what he had actually said to them.
What the fuck is this guy doing? What the fuck is going on? Now that you guys have maybe a more understanding of like the law and how things are supposed to work, this is crazy. Crazy. This is crazy. He is giving that's a privileged conversation. And she was adamant, Ann Taylor was adamant, and so was the state, that Brian Kober never said that. Like, who else was arrested?
Like this quite before, where to make sure that he under him off several times before he was able to tell.
Told. Has anyone else?
And I did cut him off several times before he was able to tell me anything about the case.
He asked when he was arrested, we are told. Has anyone else been arrested? Does that sound right to you?
That's my understanding of what
The police put that out for a reason, you guys. Why would the police ever do that? Guess who put that out? Brian Enton. Brian Enton has never came out and said, I stand by what I said. Brian Enton, speak on this, man. God, it's been how long, Brian Enton? Okay. Do you stand by, and who you want to protect your source? Great. Awesome. What that means is Brian Enton knows the source. And so he knows who lied to him. And that doesn't bother him at all as a journalist. It bothered the fuck out of me.
what's out there. When I spoke to Brian about what he said to the police, and he did speak to police for approximately 5 to 15 minutes before invoking his Miranda rights.
Okay, we're going to stop right there because now we're going to go to, okay. That's not what we have. Okay, hang tight. I have right here the records. Report 173. Okay. So we're going to go to report 173. I'm going to pull something up really quick. The media needs to stop. Dude, this is ridiculous. This is getting out of control. What's going on? Okay. Documents, downloads. Hold on, guys. I'm pulling something up. I'm excited for my new file folder system. You guys know when you do a deep clean and then you realize you're like, why the hell did I do that? Now I can't find anything. You know where all your stuff was in your little piles. You guys all know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, 173 is gonna be in this one. Okay. That's kind of how I feel right now with some of my stuff. I just totally revamped my whole forensic lab. Total nerd moment. Okay. 173, 174, 175. Oh, wait, wrong one. It's 175. My bad. Uh, 174. By the way, we had the best day ever yesterday. Okay, now we have an issue. Wednesday. Okay. What report was Brian Kober? I have only page 2 of this, 3 of this. What's the other one? March 28th. Copy of the vehicle. What page? What's the number report from Mouse from MSP? Is Brian's? It's Officer Payne's interview with Brian. Because I have it that they were talking for 45 minutes.
He couldn't recall what he had actually said to them.
Did his disposition, his demeanor to you, play as someone who was or was not connected to what happened?
I don't really want to judge that. I treat my clients with respect and build a rapport with them, even for the short period of time.
Unbelievable, you guys. I had to go back and pull that up. Unbelievable. So now let's just talk about our client attorney privilege information. I asked Brian that question, and this is what he told me. What? Do you guys know what client attorney privileged information? What the client tells you and you tell the client is privileged until you break privilege. This motherfucker broke privilege. Aunt Taylor, I don't know how she didn't call this guy up and say, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you speaking to the press? There is a gag order out there. And I can tell you why. This guy should have been he should have been reported to the bar. Maybe I'll fucking report him. Anybody can report anybody. That's bullshit. And then he say, I can't recall. It's making it look, it's basically endorsing what Brian Etten said by saying that Brian Colbert couldn't recall what he said to police. Don't write that type of stuff there. Okay. You can criticize somebody's work, but you can have opinions about their work. You're not going to write stuff like that in this chat. Fucking do that shit. Okay. Does anybody know? Did anybody take a look? It'll make me dig through all these numbers. Okay. We'll get there. We will get there. Okay. So this is a report that I've never really wanted to go through because it was just blah to me. And it's report 172. And I'll just pull it up. It's Detective Mowry here. Detective Mowry here. Look, I'm just going to call Detective Mowry, leave a message. I got so many questions for these people. I'm going to call Jack Showalter first, though. Hopefully he answers. I believe Jack Showalter's on the nice list. Jack Showalter just likes to hang out, party, drink, and get rowdy with other, frat dudes that act like assholes. So they all act like assholes. That's just what they do. Okay. It's no different than like meathead jocks when they want to be, assholes. Same thing. All right. So we're going to bring up, I haven't talked about it yet on the channel. You guys get me all day today. I've been waiting for this. All right. Let's talk about it. Okay. On January 24th, 2023, I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account. Okay. For Brian Colbert, right? You guys remember this. Now, ready? Pay attention here. They applied for this warrant. Now, tell me this is not wild. January, okay, 24th, 2023. This is Mowry. And I call absolute bullshit, okay? And the reason I call absolute bullshit is because, let me get this straight. When you guys were doing stuff and you guys found out his name, okay, this should just show you guys that somebody had to have pulled this search warrant before this. Because why wouldn't you? when you found out that he had, remember, they put it in the probable cause that he had like this Reddit. Okay. And so one should ask themselves, well, why did you wait all the way until January 24th? Wouldn't that be the first that you're filing for to try to get? And then I realized, well, they didn't have search warrant for what? Just some random dudes Reddit. It's like that's just one you should like be thinking to yourself, like, you know, you got nobody calling in about this dude, but the FBI wants you to come back and say, hey, we just have this IGG, here's the name. Anyways, so we have, and it says Brian, his Reddit account of Brian Kober with the any, God, he sucks, with the any of the following identifiers. Okay. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now those identifiers are really interesting to me because I just want to know how they came to already know these identifiers by January 24, 2023. So we would know which ones they were using. On January 25th, the warrant was granted and signed by Megan. On February 8th, I received an email from Reddit saying that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. On March 22nd, I downloaded the files. Like, what? You guys? Look at this. They were just that not important, right? Look at that. You had no interest to see what they. So I would ask Detective Mowry if he was on the stand. Detective Mowry, you applied for this warrant, right? Reddit, yep. Okay. You got it back. So you sat on it for about a month and a half to download it? So you weren't interested? Like, you weren't interested in it? It had nothing to do with when I was actually requesting. Were you ever made aware of when discovery was being asked for? Because you have to ask yourself, why would this never be downloaded until this date? Or this is Lisa's report. Well, it can't be turned over then, right? I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. The email stated they located records related to the blank email, Gmail, and the blank, the sales.edu emails. Remember that was part of the question that they had for the Franks. How did you come across the DeSales edu email? Remember they contacted DeSales and we're going to get DeSales to help us on that. You're going to hear a lot more of that if there was a trial. In reviewing the contents associated with this longer email, I found the account name was blank and the registration date was September 24, 2021 at 10:54 UTC. The registration IP was this, which showed a location nearby Albrights, Pennsylvania. The email address for the account showed as verified. Now, are felons' comments, research participation needed? Remember all this? Let's get to this one. Okay. What were your struggles as a felon right after? True off my chest. I make my husband want to kill himself. Like, what? Have you guys ever looked at these? So it says like R, like felons / Hey, Bella! Bella's like a Reddit guru. Yeah, I have a question about something with Reddit. I have a Reddit question. Well, when you get a minute. Okay, so then the following permalinks were located. Research for this. So okay. I sent an email to Reddit to ask for clarification on what these data files directly relate to. Exactly. So because you have no idea, right? But have not received clarification at the time of this report. What? So the time of this report, when did you type this stupid thing up? March 23rd, 2023. The day after you did your download. Okay. Well, no shit that you wouldn't. I sent an email to Reddit to ask for clarification of what these. No, one. Of course, you wouldn't have a response back. Okay. I mean, you already waited a month and a half to download them. Maybe you can just wait a couple days to actually get a response. Before you write your report. I mean, that what's a couple more days? Okay. In reviewing the contents associated with the sales email, I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account name was blank, and the registration date was December 30th. And that's UTC time. When was he arrested? What Reddit question, Lana? My question is with this, why would that true, see how it's felons, and then here, this HTTPS true off my chest comment or section, like area of the Reddit section. In reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment votes. .csv. This file contained the following. Like, he doesn't even know what that means. And all I'm trying to say is that like a different section that he went in, like, did he create this true off my chest? Those are different subs? No. I think that's just a comment someone wrote. I understand it's a comment someone wrote, but why would it be coming up in his underneath? Again, I go back to this part, which is, in reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment underscore votes. This file contained the following permalinks in the data. So why would that even be? It's just interesting that these are all our felons ones. And then, so that's why I want her opinion here. So we'll get it sorted out. Or I'm not looking at the chat right now though. Okay, so registration date was December 30th, 9:58 UTC, and I think you have to back that up. So I think it's like 4:30. Yeah, true off my chest is a subreddit. I understand that. So did he comment in that section? Did he personally comment in that section is my question, I guess. No, he didn't. That's how I would read it, that he commented there. That's how I read it. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, let me show you something. I thought that Brian Kober was arrested on December 29th. And I'm almost positive. So
Reddit profession.
Reddit professional over here. Okay, so here's my question. When the download of Reddit came back, they got a search warrant for his Reddit, okay? He created right here. This is in reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment_votes.csv
Show me with a cursor.
right here.
Okay.
Okay. This file contained the following permalinks in the data, and everything has to do with, his felons thing. Okay. Except when we get to, and it's like saying that I need, any research participation is needed, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Well, then we get to this one right here, which is from the True Off My Chest.
Okay. Yeah. It's a subreddit.
Exactly. And now see how this in between these little,
Yes.
it's right here, it says comments. Okay.
Yes. So
It says comments. He's in the comment section. So is it because he commented, I make my husband want to kill himself?
He probably commented under that. That is the title of the post.
Okay. And you think that he commented underneath that?
Yes, because then he would, if he was the author of that, you would probably see a true off my chest with that. You
Okay,
understand? How you see research participation needed.
But see right here, it says, what were your struggles as a felon? So that's underneath the,
Sure.
Okay.
But it's under comments as well.
Exactly.
Commenting on that.
Okay. So do you think that he wrote this? I make my husband want to kill himself.
I would need more information.
Okay. That's what I think too.
But I feel that from what the things are before that, and
did he maybe he downvoted it?
But what happened is we got his name a long time ago on Reddit.
Yeah.
I had a way of going in the back end of Reddit to see. They have completely removed for public consumption and moderator consumption on Reddit, completely removed his footprint. So we cannot see what his past posts were.
Yeah, we know all that. Okay, so
we can't do it. No. I need more.
Okay. Next. Okay, so look up the time. Look at the date of his. I have the search warrant over here. It's the Pennsylvania one. Oh, in here. Actually, it's outside in that big box that have labeled search warrants. I just want to get his Pennsylvania search warrant. I know it's the 29th. So anyways, this is what I have a question with then is I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account was named this, and the registration date was December 30th, 2022 at not 29th. We're about to find out. I think it ended up becoming the 30th because it was after 1 a.m. or after noon, 12. Let me see.
Don't show that to anyone, but that right there is how many subscribers True Off My Chest has at this time. That's a lot, okay?
Okay.
It's not a tiny subreddit. And so then you would go up here, and if you tell me the name of the post, it was, what was the exact wording of the post? I want to kill him. I make my husband want to kill him.
Yeah, hold on, guys. We're looking up this really quick. It is. Oh. It was, I make my husband want to kill himself.
Here it is.
Fuck yeah.
394 total comments.
Okay, so we have 3 years ago. What's the date of the comment?
He's not the OP. He's not the original poster.
Okay, so Brian is not the original poster of, we found it.
June 8th, 2022.
June 8th. June 8th, 2022 is the original poster.
Is it when this post was made? And here it is. You want to read that? And
Yeah.
What do you need?
Okay, I make my husband want to kill himself. That was, holy shit, submitted 3 years ago by Mama Bear 126. I have so many Mama Bears in my comment section. Is this one of you guys? Okay, I just need to get this off my chest. Okay, so I think I might be the worst wife in the world. I'm 23. My husband's 25. We have 2 children. He is an amazing dad. Before I start this story, I'd like to state that we are both in therapy. Mine is once every 2 weeks. He is currently 3 times a week. What? I am sometimes a part of his sessions, unless asked to stay out. My husband generally wants to kill himself. I know because I have found suicidal notes in the past and another one this morning. He lies about it. He tells me everything is fine. And then I find out he told our financial advisor saying he has cancer and does not know how. Then I found out that he told the financial advisor cancer. He knows that much longer he has left and needs help arranging his finances for me and our kids. I have confirmed he does not have any non-medical health conditions. Wow. This is crazy. Okay, so underneath this, there was 394 comments.
And so when they get deleted, and he will come up as a deleted, there was actually more than 394, because it doesn't count.
Damn, okay.
So it's a popular, it's over 1,800 upvotes.
What do they normally talk about?
So true off my chest, because there's an off my chest.
Mhm.
Okay, so off my chest started becoming more of like a fanfare of people writing things that were more fiction. So when that happens in Reddit, they will create something called true something. So true off my chest is supposed to now be people who actually want to get things off their chest. And so let's see what this. This is a place where all who want to get something off their chest can get something off their chest.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Perfect. Thank you, Ed. I love it. Thank you so much. Okay, so, all right, ready for this, guys. This is going to actually be a really good episode with this little bomb here. Okay. So it has been confirmed 1000% that I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account name was blank, and the registration date was December 30th, 2022 at 9:58 UTC. He was already arrested. He was arrested in the morning of the 30th, okay? So by the time this happens right here, he is in straight up behind bars, okay? The registration IP was blank, which showed a location near Tampa, Florida. Do you remember what I'm getting into, don't you? With Frontier Communications. Oh my God, here we go. Ready? 12:30, 2022, 4:28, according to, in the morning. So he's in jail. Okay, ready for this? Back in the day, okay, somebody had shown me, and I had said, none of that's true. He was already arrested. The person that got into this account had already known his name, okay, to do this. And that's really interesting. Okay. And I said, where'd you get this from? I had the screen recordings of it and everything. I was like, where'd you get? I was like, this is fake. I mean, somebody was trying to create an account. Okay. Tampa, Florida. So this account also showed additional IP logins from Florida on January 2nd, January 4th, January 4th, January 11th. The email address showed it was not verified. During these dates, Culver was incarcerated and was not in Florida. With this information, I believe this account was a fake account. But do you know why it was a fake account? Because I know who did it. That in order to do this, you would have had to have certain information. Again, in reviewing the contents associated with the desales.edu email, I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account name was this, and the registration date was December 30th. Okay. Dude, this is so fucked up. When people are people have been known to troll and create fake ass fucking accounts and fake evidence and literally send it to family members of victims. Okay? This is what you call inserters. And they should be in trouble for this. Okay? They should be in trouble for this. Creating an account because then you know the person's because you had information. Okay? And how Maury just says this could have been crazy. So Maury's like, I believe this account was fake. What do you mean by this account was fake? No, somebody tried to, this is what all got pushed around. This is the account that started following everybody. This was the account that was saying that I know that Brian Kober was following the victims and he was following the girls like on social media and shit like that. That's what this is. Like, the second account name was blank and the registration date was April 1st, 2022 at 8:39. The registration IP was blank, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. A second login IP was registered as blank on November 21st, which showed location near Kansas City, Missouri, with 3-level communications. This IP address also showed a high probability of being a VPN exit. High probability. Okay, let me ask you guys a question then. Then why wouldn't he be using, if he's always used VPNs, why didn't he use one in April? This IP address also showed a high probability. A high probability. So you're not certain. The email address showed it was verified. So what does that mean? In the message section, so 6/3/2022. Hello, I attempted to post a survey to the Our Prison subreddit, but my post was automatically removed. I imagine that this may be due to the lack of activity on my account, as I have seen others post research recruitment posts on this subreddit within the past few months. Would it be possible to obtain approval to submit a recruitment post to r/prison ? The recruitment post has my information in it, and the survey itself has an informed consent form that confirms my affiliation, meaning with the school. I have been able to post my survey to other subreddits such as r ex-cons and r felons. You can look at the specifics of my recruitment post by looking at these posts. Thanks in advance, Brian. I just approved the most recent one you posted. I have the auto mod filter comments. Okay. Now I think what would be interesting is school would have been over and what is his affiliation? And that's what I would be calling people to stand and talk about is why he's truly doing this. If it was, I mean, is it for something down the road? Because he was going to Washington State. I mean, he was graduated at that point. So I think that's interesting. What type of, okay, here's a good question. When Brian Koberger was, when you go to ahead and apply to different places, I wonder what type of background check they do at WSU. to get into their doctorate program. I wonder what kind of like searching they do on the people. Okay, in the post, data says they all showed the same IP address of blank with the dates between June 3rd, and June 2nd. Okay, the subject line showed variations of research participation needed and was posted to subreddit pages of prison felons, prison talk, prisons, and ex-cons. The following URLs were located. Okay, so that goes from June. Then he's leaving basically right there after that date to go to Washington. Hello, my name is Brian. I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions. Okay, blah 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 blah. Okay. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact the research team via email. Student investigator. Student investigator. Anonymous link to the study. My only question would be is if he was planning on using this for down the road in a big thesis. A warrant return received. Okay, copy. Da da da. The fuck? Why is he re-putting the same thing? What the fuck did he do? Why is he reposting the same exact thing? For your reference, here's an additional detail about your report. Report reason. It's targeted harassment at me. Hold on. Who reported him? I think that'd be relevant. You've been temporarily banned from participating in our felons. This ban will last for 1 day. You can still view and subscribe. Okay, but you won't be able to post comments. We do not approve of these posts. Please stop posting this. If you have questions regarding your ban, you can contact the moderator team. I would think that the lead sheet for Reddit would be extensive, especially for someone that doesn't understand it. You'd want to understand everything to do with this. And I'd want to know who reported it. Because how is this post harassing somebody? If you'd like to restrict contact from the accounts you reported, you can block them in your safety privacy. Okay. Yeah, it does not violate Reddit's content. I'd want to know who fucking reported me. Okay, so Report reasons. It's targeted harassment at me. Reported account. That's relevant. Who reported him? This is an automated message response. The text associated with these posts was okay. Yep, we already did that. So copy, cut, and paste twice. Way to go. Way to go.
Stupid. Okay.
Okay. Moving on. On November 14th, 2023, I received an email from Deputy Olson from LCSO containing an attachment of the dog impound form, 11/13/2022. I printed this copy and booked it into MPD evidence the same day. I have contacted over and over. I said, this has been paid for. Where is my shit? Where is this dog form? Why can't it's one page? Hold on one second. We're going to look at another video here.
Or even about the suspect, Brian Koberger. No, she has a bizarre Xana. Last night, the mother of Idaho murder victim Xana Kernodle spoke to News Nation's Ashley Banfield, and this wasn't just about how heartbroken she is or even about the suspect, Brian Koberger. No, she has a bizarre connection to Koberger's lawyer that should really lead to a lot of questions. Koberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, who we've seen in court with Koberger, withdrew as the lawyer for Kara Northington, Xana's mother, when she agreed to take the Koberger case. Yes, Koberger's lawyer withdrew from her case to defend the man accused of killing her daughter. Her charges were filed on November 19th, just 6 days after her daughter's murder. After being charged with 2 felony counts of possession of a controlled substance, Taylor withdrew on January 5th, the day a judge appointed her as Koberger's public defender for the murders of Xana, Madison, Kaylee, and Ethan. Now, Xana's mom spoke with Ashley about how she felt learning the news that her attorney had sort of switched sides, so to speak.
I'm heartbroken because I trusted her. She pretended that she was wanting to help me, and to find that out that she's representing him, I can't even convey how betrayed I feel.
Northington goes on to say that no one had notified her Taylor was no longer in her case, but she found out from a friend.
All of this is
saw it
lies.
on Reddit. Says she hasn't signed any kind of formal waiver giving approval for the switch, and even says she'd given Taylor her power of attorney. Taylor obviously made a choice and withdrew from Xana's mother's case for the bigger case, Koberger and the murder. Sure, small town, limited pool of public defenders, and even fewer who are...
So this guy doesn't vet anything. Nothing. Ashley Banfield didn't vet anything, or worse, knew that it was false and still went with it.
qualified to handle a death penalty case. I get it. But it doesn't change the reality that a woman who trusted her attorney, who was depending on her attorney, was abandoned by her to instead represent the guy accused of killing her daughter. Why is that okay without her consent? Joining me now is Tim Kressback, a former Idaho public defender who served as death penalty qualified counsel in Idaho. Thanks so much for coming on the program. Real quick, any obligation on the lawyer's part to consult with the client about withdrawing from this kind of case?
Perhaps. I just don't think we know enough about that attorney-client relationship. I'm not even sure that Ann Taylor ever met with her or learned any confidences. And
that's not
Dan,
the way she's characterizing it.
You know, the process will be played out. Dan, there's so much in this case that we don't know. Just a month ago, we were saying that the Moscow Police Department was the most incompetent police department in the country, and then a month later, hailed as geniuses. Let's let the process work.
I guess
I'm complaining about.
Look at him.
I was taking Mom at her word. I'm so sorry we didn't get more time with you. Thanks for joining us. More on Ashley Banfield right now.
Look at that. Okay. Then what happens here? What's the date of this? Hold on. Let me show how wild this is. Then they go to the prison and they talk to January 26, 2023. Then they go and they talk to Kara. And Kara's like, they show her a picture of Ann Taylor. She's like, that's not who I talked to. Yeah. Wild. That's not who I talked to. That's not accurate at all. That's not the woman that's my attorney. What a bunch of hoe bags. Hoe bags. I want to talk to you guys again about what Brett Payne wrote up. Let's see. Hold on, though. I got one more video. Where's that video at? There you go. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, here, hold on one second. That's not what I wanted. Damn it. I'm trying to get to the judge stuff that I want. Have been representing Mr. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Koberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directed
directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are reading through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Koberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the court of counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Koberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. The purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say, as we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Koberger, we asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for. But these are 3 officers that we've requested them for, and the state has indicated they're not willing to give us the training records. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in the case, made decisions about the interviews, made decisions about evidence, and conducted other kinds of investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. So the training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, they're not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to you. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State police officers.
Okay, so 2 Idaho State police officers.
I have often received training records for Idaho State police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people, and for making the decisions that they made with regard to things taken as evidence in the case, or things followed up on or not followed up on. So that is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel. And what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI CAST team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team.
Okay, right there. We are looking for the CAST team, okay, and the FBI, she says, right here. I want you guys to hear it again for yourselves.
CAST team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team.
Forensic examiner team. This is the IML. This is about the car, the forensic examiner team, the CAST team.
What we're talking about here is the CAST team are the FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Koberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with.
Okay, now this is what I think is absolute garbage. Ashley Jennings, Bill Thompson, they were doing the investigation. Okay, let's get the date on this one more time here. Okay, the date. June 27th, 2023. Okay, June 27th, 2023.
A date certain to obtain those records.
They were supposed to have a preliminary hearing during this whole entire week, June 26th, all the way to the end of the week. Okay. They left this day though for them to have this to be heard.
These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Koberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Koberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information.
Do you understand that when you want to talk about how can you do your job when you don't have the material? How could I supply an expert on our end? So when Hitler's over here saying, you've had 2.5 years, it's like, what are you talking about? This is why I would never, learning as I'm going here, switching judges, like that needed to be moved immediately. If it was going to be moved at all. Okay. How do you want me to do work all of January, February, March, April, May, all of June, first 6 months? That is the number one thing, in my opinion, in the probable cause, is his phone and the data that they say where it was, when it was, and that you're linking it to another car and that it's driving out and it's the sedan, all this bullshit. You clearly have it. You had the ability and you wrote that report in December, right? Okay. How do I not have it? And this is what I'm talking about. This game playing needs to stop. Okay. Because you're going to hear it from police officers and they're going to say, yeah, this is it's a tactic. I'm sorry, but everything that you put into a probable cause, that's what's happening in the Charlie Kirk case right now. These lawyers and judges, if you make a claim in open court and you're not being truthful, something should happen to you, okay? I don't care what side you're on. If you're on the defense side, if you're the state prosecutor, and a judge, how can this stuff stand? There was supposed to be a preliminary hearing. How could Aunt Taylor prepare for a preliminary hearing that she only found out was not going to happen in May? So why are you just waiting to get in front of a judge in June of 2023 here, June 27th, and be stating this? Well, because there's trial strategy. Like, there's always going to be trial strategy. But one of the things that should never be trial strategy is withholding discovery. That should never be able to be trial strategy. And it should never be able to be trial strategy that, hey, let's just not ask for certain things because if we don't get it, they can't use it against us. Because guess what happens 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10? When they get to the preliminary hearing, oh, sorry, you guys didn't get this? Oh, well, here. Do you guys need some time? Do you want to look that over? We'll give you like an hour or two. We'll come back after lunch. What? No, I don't need an hour. I need a whole day. What do you mean you're not? And then judges are like, okay, well then, yeah, we can reconvene. We'll reconvene in what, a couple days? We have a schedule here. We have all these other cases going on because we, give tickets for the wackest shit. But how anybody can sit there knowing, and this is why they didn't want to turn that over. Why? Because it's exculpatory. Okay. Also, because it's a fucking lie. They lied their balls off. So that's why I never understood why Bill Thompson wasn't trying to push a plea deal from the beginning to preserve all these people's jobs, including himself and Ashley Jennings' job. Okay. Well, guess why? Because I think the Gonsalveses were applying so much pressure. There's not going to be no plea deal, right? Well, if my show yesterday didn't show us all what a way to go at Moscow, anybody that viewed those photographs that they just gave out, you guys are all damaged and they admit it.
That
you guys have suffered.
The state has agreed we should have, so we asked the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know, I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll give it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date.
And see, look at how nice Ann Taylor was being about that. Because she didn't know what she then eventually would know. Okay. Which was, holy shit, Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings were basically cops and prosecutors. They're writing up search warrants. They're like, look at the grace that Ann was giving. For her not to know that Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson and how active they were in this in June of 2023 and telling the court this, that I don't believe that they have this, and they'll get, because that should just tell you that if Ann Taylor's not misguiding the court, right? And this is her belief with it after 6 months, that you still don't realize that, no, this is one big corrupt fucking bullshit. That doesn't mean he's innocent. It has nothing to do with someone's innocence or guilt. Corruption is corruption. Okay? And this process that took place in the Idaho4 case is corrupt. This was a corrupt process. And if you can't separate the two by saying, but he's guilty as shit, that's not the argument. The argument is, was this a corrupt process? Yes or no? Can you stick with one? Can you answer that? And then if you say no, it's not, then you need to explain how it's not. Because I'm going to explain how it is, and then you can oral argue the opposite way of that.
May help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD for Dylan Vitae from about...
See the CD that she talks about right here? Remember yesterday I told you guys I want the vehicle CD? This is the CD that she's talking about. This is the CD that I requested. Ready?
About how that date range changed.
Listen right here.
What I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD for Dylan Vitae from about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office. So I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again,
his report was done. Emil's report was done in March of 2023. March of 2023, the FBI report that Emil did was done. March 23rd, 2023. She doesn't have it. That report broke down what videos he relied upon on what days, on November 19th, on November 21st, on November 30th, on December 7th, December 20th. Those are the different days in his report. And then next to those dates, he says what it would be like, MP3 dash whatever number it was. And then he gave a description of like, but 0 came from the 1112, which, so they were concealing that. So it's the end of June 2023. We're talking about this is the case. This is the case. This was everything that was put in the probable cause. This should be everything that whatever you use to make probable cause should be in a bundle. This has to change. Whatever you use to make probable cause should be a file folder that's always labeled probable cause material, probable cause, receipts, whatever the hell you want to label it. But there should be a file folder, okay, that is created immediately upon starting up a case. And when you get to the point that you're writing up for an arrest, it should have this is what was relied upon to make that. What other way could you possibly say that this should be done? It's like like, why do we go to school and learn to do things a certain way? I'm going to write a freaking report, do a school project. Where did I get, you have to at the end cite all your sources, where you got everything from to write up your report that they teach you this in grade school, high school, college. And then here we talk about people's lives and a job that, hey, we're going to prosecute you, or hey, we're going to give you a ticket, or hey, we're going to, arrest you. And where are your receipts? You would have already had to have had them, right? Because you're writing 19 pages. And I don't care if it's a working live document with 10, 15, 30 people. Each time you want to contribute to this, where's your receipts? And then, so your probable cause affidavit's right here, and then here's all the receipts. So how anybody wants to, I will debate this with the best of the best. How do you think that you can hold back any of that shit? We're not talking that she got like a month later, she needs to chill out. We're not talking about 2 months later. We're talking about 6 and still doesn't have it. And I'm sorry, but like the way that I would, if I'm advocating for somebody's life their life is in my hands, I'd be saying, Your Honor, we're not talking about 1 month, 2 months. We're not talking about 10 days. We were scheduled to have a preliminary hearing, which I should have had all of this stuff to be able to prepare for my preliminary hearing, this is all the stuff that would have been used in the preliminary hearing. I shouldn't be here in this date. So I would have been, there's no way that I'm getting in front of judge right now saying this stuff. I need to be in front of judge in March. Okay. January, February, that's 30 days, 60 days. Now it's going to be 90 days if I get to him in front of March at the end. But then I'm supposed to be preparing for then the preliminary hearing. So that means I would have then just April, May, and it's at the end of June. Especially if I know and believe that there's a bunch of fuckerage going on, right? But then it goes back to Ann Taylor. Why in the world would you ever stipulate to having a preliminary hearing 6 months later? I don't think that should ever be allowed. when anybody says that there's just so much, there's volumes of discovery to go through. You guys, if I'm going to defend you, it's like a sporting game. It's the same thing. Here, I go and I watch a team play, right? And I see how they play. This is the type of defense they run. This is the type of offenses they run. Okay? These are their thest players. Okay? These are the people that come off the bench. This is what this person's strength is. This is a left-handed, guard. This is a right-handed guard. This is a shooter. This is a dribble drive. That's all the material. This is how they run their offense. They're 5 out. They like to run the flex. They don't really see a lot of zones because they're a really good shooting team. So whatever, they've seen a lot of man defense, and then they double on picks, all this stuff, right? So the blueprint to beat somebody, right? I just need the material that you're planning on using. And that would be looking at everything in the probable cause, knowing what I would need. This is what I would need, because I'm going to punch holes in everything that you claim to have against my client. And I'm going to begin with all this other stuff that they want to send me over 6 months. Why? Why are you allowing them to build well, we can have this within our 14 days because you have to put this on in 14 days. And I want everything in 14 days. What's this probable cause? Get people on the record lying under oath. I don't get the trial strategy in waiting. Now, maybe Ann Taylor was like, there's no way that they're going to be able to indict this person. Okay, think about it. They're not going to be stupid enough to try to go get a grand jury, because who's going to go and lie about it? Maybe Ann Taylor's over here saying they're not going to go and indict, because then it's going to force people to lie under oath to a grand jury. Okay. And if they try to do that, that's why, yeah, we can push this out as long as they want, because there's just no way Bill Thompson is going to try to say that, let's go and put this in front of a grand jury, because they're going to have to lie. People are going to have to lie. Okay. Well, but I don't have the grand jury minutes. But I would love to know the trial strategy on why you would ever agree to pushing this out 6 months.
The court's read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Coburn.
Like all of this stuff that you don't have, you would have had to have had, because they cannot present stuff to make probable cause without giving it to you. And that's what I showed in the Dr. Moore case with all of that.
Arrest, and the court can see that
Dr. Moore had an alibi witness, and his lawyer did not even call his alibi witness at the probable cause hearing, at the preliminary hearing. How fucked up is that? Never even talked to his alibi witness. And guess who else didn't talk to his alibi witness for Dr. Moore? The state never interviewed his alibi witness, who he was there with, like where he said he was and everything like that. The coroner.
this vehicle identification was heavily relied on by the state to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a lot of other search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware,
and guess what? Her saying that stuff, that was not, now we have the material. That's not even true. They had the material. The reports were already written up. Guess what you have to do as a prosecutor? Get your ass to the police department and say, do you want me to go through these computers? Where's every fucking report that's been written so far? Okay? This is a quadruple homicide. Ann Taylor's over here. Where's your shit? What the fuck? But Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings weren't doing that. You want to know why? Because they were the problem. Because they cheated. Because they lied. And after you cheat and you lie, how do you ever believe in somebody's how do you ever believe in who they want to go ahead and prosecute? How do you believe in that? It's really hard. How do you believe in your girlfriend or boyfriend after they cheat on you? How does that work out for you? You got some trust issues, don't you? And it's a really big fuck mess, isn't it? Yeah. Well, imagine this. And it's just so funny when people just want to, after something like this would happen, well, who cares? They did it anyway. They did it. Who cares? How do you know that they did it? Were you there? Were you at the murder scene? Were you there just hanging out? Were you videotaping?
The state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Koberger. These are critical, relevant materials, all of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us and our motive. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant.
Okay, now think about how wild this is. The state did not seek death out on Brian Koberger right off the bat. They waited, right? Then they filed it, right? And then they fucking do a plea deal. Bill Thompson, you are the biggest pussy I've ever fucking seen. But not only are you a pussy, okay, you are a liar. You are a cheat. You are not Santa Claus. Santa doesn't do those things. This is crazy. Crazy when you think about it. Like, we were given all this material, right? All at the same time. Here's all 314 reports that was ever written in this case. Here you go. Here's the Idaho State Police reports. Here you go. Ann Taylor, that's not how she was given the case. Hey, Ann Taylor, you want to defend your client? Here you go. Here's nothing. And now start asking away for it. Even the stuff that we used, and actually that we didn't use to get probable cause, we just made shit up. We made shit up after we knew the actual facts. We lied and said the phone didn't turn off or turned off at this time versus this time. We knew that it didn't. We lied. We knew that that vehicle was not, the car and the phone were not traveling together. We knew that. We knew that Brian Koberger didn't say who else got arrested or anything like that, but we told that to the media, so that would just fuck everything. You know, we knew that we didn't use the 1112 camera for anything. We knew that there was 7 different cars it could have been. We knew that we changed the year after we found Brian Koberger's vehicle on 12/25. I mean on 11/25. Then on 11/26 is when the year changed. We knew that WSU didn't find his vehicle, and that's how this all came out. We knew that we hid Pullman Police Department and everything to do with them. We knew all of these things.
Bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking.
But it doesn't matter. And now, Ann Taylor, I don't know how you could ever look at your client and be like, or how your client could even look at you and be like, what's going on? There's all this other blood in the house. Who cares? I care. What do you mean there's all this blood in the house? Yeah, other people's blood, man. Then we find out the dog, we try to make it seem like it was the dog Murphy that was barking at 417. Yeah, we knew that it wasn't. What? Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Then the house actually behind them, the Walenta house, they were having a party that night. They were having people over. And people usually park back in the Queen apartment area back by the dead end. Wow. Whoops. Yeah, sign me up. Those people are awesome. It's a great area. Where is let's see. What's his name? What's Bill Thompson do? Bill Thompson does. What's his comeback to this? Let's see. Bill Thompson. June 27th, 2023. Bill Thompson. Bill Thompson, where you at, buddy? Where you at, Bill? Bill. Newly surfaced court TV clips of Prosecutor Bill Thompson during the Idaho4 murder investigation. Come on, Bill. Bill Thompson. Motion to compel. I thought I had that. Okay, here. I have it all. Where's Bill Thompson?
Item number 1.
Okay, Ashley Jennings.
Covered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports, 13,000 photographs.
Okay, here, hold on. So she sits down. Okay.
So, Ms. Taylor's,
Come on, Ash.
she has everything that the state has.
Okay, Ashley Jennings comes right out the gate and says she has everything that the state has. Okay? This is what I would be using when I'd be writing up a motion. And I would use that quote. She has everything that the state has. That's what Ashley Jennings come back.
And we have worked diligently and consistently in getting her all the information that we have in a quick fashion. To date, we have discovered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports.
Okay, so to date, 13,000 pages of reports. Okay, now this is what's hilarious to me. All right. Going back and looking at all this, because this is what I have to do after I do like a FOIA request. I go and I'm like, all right, I have to hear what these people are saying and what they're claiming. And this lovely human being named Ashley Jennings just put on the record that there's 13,000 pages of reports. Well, and this is just of June 27th, 2023. Total what I have for reports doesn't come close to 13,000 pages. And I have all the way until 2024.
$13,000 photographs,
over 10,000 tips and over 51 terabytes of audio.
Okay. She says that she has 10,000 tips. Okay. 13,000 photographs. Okay. Ready for this? Now, my FOIA that for the lead sheets. Okay. I said from just 11, 13 to 12, 7 I went to. And I was quoted at over $26,000 for 30,000 emails. Ann Taylor was given at that point, and that's just from that period, 11/13 to 12/7. Ann Taylor was given 10,000 pages. Ann Taylor's missing a shit ton at that point. And guess what? Your 13,000 photographs, shove them all up your fucking ass. Okay? Only 1/10 of them are worth a damn. Okay? You're definitely short 20,000 tips just in emails. And you gave her 13,000 pages of reports. What were these reports about? What were these reports about?
Video information. So we are down to just a few points of disagreement.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh, is it okay if I?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
First, with regard to item number 6 on the defendant's first motion to compel discovery. This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed other witnesses. They wouldn't even be called by the state to testify at trial. And the state objects to this because training records.
Okay, you guys. She's saying that out of those 3 people, the state is not calling them to the stand. Okay? We're not calling them to the stand. Like they are not material. This is crazy, right?
The specified officers aren't included within Bill 16. And they haven't proffered any reason as to why this would be needed for the preparation of their case. Again, these are investigators who have gone out and just interviewed some witnesses within the case.
These are just some officers that have gone out and interviewed. This is like, come on. These are just a couple officers that went out and just interviewed a couple people throughout this case. And we're not even calling them to the stand. Like the state is not calling these people. So then what I could do is, if Ashley Jennings was being truthful, what you'd want to compare is who are officers from Idaho State Police, right? ISP. So this is what I did. I made an ISP list, and I said, who is on Ann Taylor's list from ISP that's not on? Okay. And guess who one of them is? Gary Tolson. Gary Tolson is not on Ann Taylor's list. I mean, she's on Ann Taylor's list, but she's not on the state's list. So I believe 1,000% Gary Tolson was one of them. Gary Tolson and Mike Van Leuven literally ass to ass everywhere. Okay. And Gary Tolson went to the autopsies. Gary Tolson was late to the autopsies. Gary Tolson was said that he never took any notes at the autopsies. Guess what I found? Because Bill Thompson stands up, remember, and he's like, we don't have this shit. We don't have this shit. Well, right here, it says Gary Tolson turns over to Officer Payne his notes. I gotta go back to 172. Yeah. Yep, right there. Gary Tolson turns over the notes that he took at the autopsies.
So we ask that you roll that this is outside Rule 16. I would just remind the court that several hundred investigators have been involved in this case.
Several
Our
hundred.
concern, with allowing training records for these few, which we can't understand why there's a substantial need for these particular ones.
She just explained the need, Ashley, because basically she's going to use it against them because of their decision making. Like I've been saying, when I pull up the Idaho State Police here and I say, for example, why are you writing like that you cleared this, or that like what did you do from this? After what this person gave you information on X, Y, and Z, what did you do next? Who's telling you to go and talk to this person? What the fuck are you doing? When you hear that Eric Gower or Grower telling Mike Van Leuven and Gary Tolson that some guy was sharpening knives in a fucking bathroom downtown at the park, okay? And this is all who Eric Gower could think of that could possibly have done this crime. What the fuck? Nothing further. Sure, okay. That's crazy.
Wouldn't open the door to us then having to go and obtain training records for these hundreds of investigating officers who've been involved, some of which are outside of our control.
Ann Taylor has the best comeback for this one. She says, Your Honor, and every time what they've sworn to, they say, based on my training and experience. Well, we need to know what your training and experience is. And then right there, take a couple hot dogs and shove them up your fucking ass, okay? Ashley Jennings, listen to this clown.
Moving on to the second motion.
We don't know why we would need these. Why aren't you just, who cares? Here you go. So they're not important, turn them over.
To item number 1, regarding cast information.
Cast.
Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also...
Miss Taylor has everything that we have. She just said Miss Taylor has everything that we have. Meanwhile, Ashley Jennings has been involved with cast and emailing and doing everything with Nick Balance. She's part of it. Miss Taylor has everything that we have. Hearing this shit, does it not make your blood boil? This is June 27th, 2023, for Ashley Jennings to literally say in open court and make this claim is, I'm sorry, this, you should lose your license. The bar should be told every single word that came out of Ashley Jennings' mouth throughout the whole pendency of this case should be played. Here it is. And then here's everything that she really, here's proving the opposite. This is diabolical.
That includes reports from MPD officers.
That includes reports from MPD officers. You guys, there's 314 reports total that we have up to the point of this date, which would be June 27th of 2023. There was 209 reports. None of them had anything to do with cast. Not a single report had anything to do with CAST. When she wants to talk about MPD reports, okay, ready for this? Now watch. Again, I want to play that again and then watch what happens here.
She is seeking, Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MPD officers. What she is seeking is a specific report from the FBI CAS team, which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later. And as soon as we do, we will send that over.
Why is anything in its official, it hasn't even been in its final review, but then you couldn't have used that report in anything then. When you use it, it wasn't under its final. So listen to this. Ready now? Now I can go to okay. I love it. This is so fucking priceless. Remember, this is literally just a month after they had the grand jury. Okay. The grand jury was in May of 2023. Report 280, dated May 5th, 2022. Or I'm sorry, May 5th, 2022, 2024. Previously, it says, comma, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office requested any CAST Viz session logs pertaining to the phone number blank. I did not locate nor remember creating any session logs pertaining to the screenshots I created previously using CAST Viz version 30.0.0, as described in my previous report. While preparing for the motion to compel hearing set for May 23rd, 2024, I found the following files. They appear to be 2 zip files containing what appeared to be CAST Viz sessions. Remember all that? Ashley Jennings would have known that you don't have everything, because Ashley Jennings, it was based on the Latah County Prosecutor's Office that, hey, Mowry, you're going to testify to the grand jury. About what? But I had nothing to do with the CAST Viz anything to arrest Brian Kober and to be involved in that. And so he testified to the grand jury in May of 2023. Where's his report? There's no May 2023 report. Let's take a look. Take a look, Mowry. Okay. May 11th, 2023. May 11th, 2023. I was assigned the task of examining the call detail records, CDRs that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Corporal Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12th at 0000 hours through November 14th, 2022 at 0000 hours. These records were requested for the account associated with the phone number blank, known as the 8458 phone. This phone showed the subscriber as Brian Kober. Holy shit, oh my God, no way. This is way worse than I thought. Wait a second. Oh my God.
Is a specific report from the FBI CAS team, which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later. And as soon as we do, we will send that over.
Sooner than later.
Well, I don't have a date certain, but within the next few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants a date.
I don't have a date.
Not mistake.
I've asked for a date, but that is not how the federal bureaucracy is.
That's, how about we say something like July 14th, unless there's some reason that I can't get that to you.
No objection.
That would be Ms. Taylor?
Yes, and then the state has substantially complied with request number 4, which is the same types of information, but related to the identification of the vehicle. Would ask for the exact same date certain of July 14th, only to obtain, if there is one, a potential report that's outstanding.
Oh my God. Fucking bitch lying whore. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is way worse than I thought. This is way worse. Okay, I have to use Hector for this. Well, I can just tell you this. Remember when he was asked, or Maury was asked by Ashley Jennings why he did, who told you to do that? Who told you to, like, well, you told me to do it. Because he was going to testify to the grand jury. Well, at the time when that question was asked, it was in 2025. But here, the way that this is written up in this report on 5/11/2023, I was assigned the task of examining the call detail records, CDRs, that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Corporal Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12th. And Brett Payne did not serve those, okay? And that was for the November 12th and November 14th. I was specifically requested to examine the records showing connectivity to cell towers between the hours of 2 and 6, as this was the time frame surrounding the homicides at 1122 King Road. 2 to 6. God, I love that part right there. Fuck yes. They knew they had to put that in there. As this was the time frame, okay. Although the records contained records for voice data and SMS usage in the 48-hour data set, I only located 27 data usage records in the specified time frame. To assist in mapping the location of the cellular towers and the direction of their... So Ann Taylor, because he doesn't put a date down here, Ann Taylor, in the way that they presented this, in the way that she just presents this, is that this was used because he was the person that did it, right, to obtain probable cause. As well then, and then he testified because they got the grand jury. Well, they don't even go. They couldn't have got the grand jury minutes yet, okay? When Ann Taylor's doing this, she's putting in stuff to get the grand jury minutes. Okay, so he submits this report on 5/11/2023. This is fucking sick. The grand jury believed that this was the guy, Maury, that did everything. Meanwhile, he didn't. Okay? This is all going to come out one day. This is going to be good. Oh my God, this is wild. This level of lying is unbelievable. In here, he says, to assist in mapping the location of the cellular towers and the direction of their sector antennas, I imported the data into CastViz version 30.0.0. The 845 phone connects with several different cell towers in Pullman, Washington between 2 and 225. The phone appears to be traveling within or near the city of Pullman, Washington. Appears. At 2:42 hours, the phone connects to a tower near Northeast Sky Drive on the Washington State University campus. At 2:47 hours, the phone connected to a tower on Observation Drive on the Washington State University campus. In continuing to examine the data, I found an approximately 2-hour period with no interactions between the 8458 phone and the AT&T network between 2:47 and 4:48. 2:47 to 4:48. The reason that they withheld this giving Ann Taylor whatever it is that she's asking for here, which is the big cahoons. It's what? This guy testified to the grand jury. Okay. And you guys try to pull it off like he was the dude that did it in December of 2022. He wasn't. Then they go and lie and say that, here, Maury, write down that you are the one that's saying that the phone shut off at 2:20 or at 2:47. Okay. So Ashley Jennings knows, she knows everything right here when she's telling Ann Taylor they have everything that we do. No, Ashley, you fucking sat down with Maury, okay? You had him write up this fucking report. You had him to go get Viz training before he testified again in front of the grand jury because you needed somebody that had 5+ years that could testify to hearsay. You needed a bunch of shit. Payne couldn't be the boy. You needed one of these guys because you're trying to leave out the FBI. Why? That's why. That is why Cyray's saying the FBI is going to side with me. And the FBI, if you ask the right questions, the FBI is going to say that they had nothing to do with whatever the fuck this was with Maury and this big golden egg. Here, we're just going to do it this way. We're going to lie about everything. We're going to lie how we got to this. We're going to lie about this. We're going to lie about that. We're going to lie on probable cause and make it seem like that an FBI agent said that the phone shut off at 2:40, 2:46, 2:47. That's why the draft report is different than the final report. And that's why Hippler's over here like, it says that it says this now. And that's when Ann was like, yeah, but it didn't always say that shit. The fuck? Well, you can cross-examine him and you can ask him about that. What? No, we're explaining to you now that they never had probable cause because they lied about it. All of it. And here's Ashley Jennings in the flesh. Telling the court that Miss Taylor had everything.
That's how about we say something like sooner than later?
Well, I don't have a date certain. I'm having to go and obtain training records for the outside of our promotions. As to item number 1, regarding past information, Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MPD officers.
That includes, thank you for saying that, Ashley. Oh my God, that includes reports by MPD officers. And that's the Maury. Oh my God, May 11th. Hold on one second. I have to look. We have to see when Ann Taylor did all the stuff with the grand jury. Hold the fucking door. Oh my God. Case of interest. My balls. My balls, Ashley. You're balls, girl. You are gonna lose your job. This is crazy. Okay, we gotta go to 2023. Okay. All right, this is 627. All right. Okay, here I'm going to share the screen with you guys. All right. So right here, notice of hearing defendant's motion requesting release of grand jury materials 6-2. Okay. Motion requesting release of grand jury materials under qualified protective order 519. Okay. And so let's see when this order came out. Protective order on 6-8. So this is when Ann Taylor just gets hit with all this shit. So motion to take judicial notice of press, that was by Ann Taylor. Then defendant's second motion to compel discovery. Look at this. Does it switch pages when I clicked on that for you guys? Okay, hold on. So when Ann Taylor said, as of June 13th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Kober has not received any investigative reports and conclusions of the analysis of the data conducted by police agencies total. So when she's saying, well, she finally got that Moscow one, she got that between June 13th and June 27th. Okay, because when Ann Taylor wrote up this motion to compel, it was like, this is the date we wrote it, and we didn't have it. Okay. Request 4 is all footage. All footage. All footage. That means the surveillance cameras, you guys, provided to the forensic examiners with the FBI used to identify the make and model vehicle. What footage did you use? What did you provide to them? Okay. Did not have. Ann Taylor did not have this. How the anybody that thinks that this was taking so long is high as a kite, man. Judge Hippler, man, this case is gonna set some this case is gonna be wow. All reports generated related to the identification of the white Elantra. All reports, communications, and documentation related to the change in a year. She didn't want to say what request 17 was. She didn't want to say what request 23 was. Identity of FBI special agent that is a member of the cellular analysis survey team. You guys, I want you to see this. They weren't even revealing his name. They did not know who the fuck did any of this with the cast, with Nick Balance. Okay. That means when you're looking at that would definitely mean at that point in time, these emails and communications that she would then go on to get with Ashley Jennings communicating about, you know, here's Mowry saying, here, this is what Nick Balance is saying to write in there. Okay. I'm trying to just give you guys this time frame of like when Ann Taylor had stuff. Okay? And when she truly didn't. And when Ashley Jennings is in court literally lying. And you know how, okay, Judge Hippler cannot possibly remember a lie that he was never told. You understand? Okay? So, Judge can remember lies that he was told. So, back in, if you were to go forward and say, okay, how Ann Taylor should have been arguing, and this is basically Cy did Ann Taylor's arguing in his affidavit to say, you have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to see what the fuck has been going on here. In the 30 years that I've been doing this, I've never seen something like this. Okay? I've never seen a prosecutor blatantly lie to the tribunal. And once that lie gets, then it's just keep lying about it. When Ann Taylor's standing up there in oral arguing on June 27th, she doesn't even know who testified at the grand jury and what they testified to. This is all everything that and don't even talk about the DNA yet. She has none of that stuff, and she doesn't get any of that stuff until 2024. She didn't have literally, this is what I was just saying like an hour ago. When you go to get probable cause for the arrest, okay, everything that you're writing up for your probable cause, when you need 18 pages to talk about something, that should just tell you that's a very circumstantial case, in my opinion. Okay. You need 18 pages to talk about your shit. And it's really just talk. And it's on what? What? You're linking a phone being shut off to a car that's moving that you know his phone didn't shut off, so you lied about that, and you know that that's not his car. That, to me, was the biggest part of the probable cause. Period. Because a movable object having somebody's DNA, touch DNA, I'm sorry, you guys, you would see in a trial that that's so weak. And I'm going to tell you why it's so weak. Because Richard Allen not having any DNA on the girls' clothes, body, I mean, he touched these people supposedly and moved them, dragged them, dressed them, killed them. Would have sweated on them. His DNA nowhere on any of the victims. None of their material, nothing. But a blurry ass video that you cannot tell who that is from a hole in the wall, nothing. But to say that, oh, well, he was in the park that day and he was there from this time to this time, and then a jury to go back to a room and say, well, who else could it be if it's not him? And that's why that's why a jury is saying, yep, guilty. Because who else if it's not him? Who else if it's not him? Nuts. People thinking that as far as like defense attorneys nowadays, Ann Taylor was on the right path. You better bring a story, because they're bringing a story and they're going to sell their story, and we need to be able to sell our story. The same like they're going to have their chance to sell this fucking bullshit. We need to be able to do the same thing. And I just laugh when a judge says, well, how much time do you think this case is going to take, and blah, blah. However long it takes. You're the judge. You're going to be able to, when somebody pulls up an objection, if it's relevant or not, sustain it. This is crazy. Ashley Jennings lying. So the point of this little rant was Judge Hippler can't remember and doesn't know what it's like because he wasn't lied to by Ashley Jennings all these times until the case got moved. You're not going to remember what someone didn't. He doesn't know that this is what was said. He doesn't have transcripts of what Ashley Jennings said to the judge. They've been lying since day one on all of this. And how we got the material is not how they got the material. And clearly they got a ton of shit that is irrelevant because 13,000 pages of reports. What? We have nowhere near that, and we have 2 years past this date of reports. I got probably maybe 1,200. Unbelievable. Like that, we're not talking about photographs or anything like that. 13,000 pages of reports. Well, I want these 13,000 pages. Are you talking about discovery, Ashley? Because there's a difference. This woman's sick. That's why Cyree went off. Like, what are you reading? What are you watching? And so here, when she's saying that request 109, identity of the FBI special, I cannot believe that they did not know who the special agent was. Okay. Meanwhile, there's all these communications they're supposedly had, like people saying each other's names. She didn't have that stuff yet. Mr. Colbert disagrees because, this is this too. The state objected to this request for the reasons that this is outside the scope of ICR 16. To the extent that the state intends to offer expert testimony, it will comply. So look at this. Look at this. Identity of the FBI special agent that is a member of the cellular analysis survey team that was consulted with to determine locations of the cell phone from 1112 and 1113 on all CAS certification records and training records for the involved agent or agents. Ashley Jennings and Bill Jennings, I'm going to call him that, they objected to this and said the state objected to this report and this request for the reasons that this is outside the scope of ICR 16. That's how sick. Why would you need to hide that? Well, because if we're going to use an expert, we'll disclose that during the... No. There was over 208 agencies involved, or 200 cops involved, whether you were a special agent, whether you were local, state. Ashley Jennings just said that in this hearing. Okay? They're an extension. They're an arm of you. Okay? They weren't... Ashley Jennings is a gaslighting fucking liar. And everybody and their fucking mother that lives in Idaho should be pissed because this is exactly what every single prosecutor in your counties are doing in Idaho. I've witnessed it. I've been covering the cases in Idaho. It's fucking sick. And these prosecutors are working with the defense. When I say the defense, these public defenders, Dana Bose. Yeah. Unbelievable what is going on. This is sick. It's just so egregious. So egregious, man. This is not how the United States of America is supposed to operate its criminal justice system. Colbert disagrees, as this information was largely relied upon in various warrants, including the arrest warrant. Information relied upon to secure search and arrest warrants is necessary to conduct an analysis of the Fourth Amendment issues. Further, the entirety of the information could include materials required under Brady. Idaho Criminal Rule 16 covers broader area than the evidence or the evidentiary rules of admissibility. Who? I believe it was it Judge? Who was the person that conducted the grand jury proceedings? Who was the judge that was there? Was it Judge? Request 12140, all tips received by law enforcement relating to this case. The state has provided various tips throughout this discovery. However, they are scattered in pieces throughout the discovery. Now I'm going to tell you this right now. My FOIA request contradicts what was said in this hearing. My FOIA request. My FOIA request said that there was 30,000 emails between 11/13/2022 and 2022. So just in that little sliver of time, 30,000 emails. And then it was going to cost me $26,000. Just got this back last night. At the point of this hearing in June, only 10,000 tips had been turned over to Anne. And Ashley Jennings says that she has everything that we have. You are a fucking liar. Because guess who just showed me that you are a lying piece of shit, Ashley? Your own team. Okay? I'm a strategic bitch. All right? This FOIA blows up everything that Ashley Jennings said in this hearing. Just on its face. Just literally took a fucking grenade and launched it nuclear style all over and shat all over Ashley Jennings. That was my Christmas grenade. Hey, they have Miss Taylor over there. She has everything that we have. Full of shit. Now, full of it. When does 26 grand my fucking titties? I'm gonna pay all in ones. Ashley Jennings is a disaster. Bill pounds the table then in the next one. But hold on, I want to show one more thing. Let's go back to this. Okay. State's motion for a protective order. There it is. Right at 10 days before this hearing. Before the oh wait, I'm gonna have to go like this. Hold on. Okay. 10 days before this hearing, right up here. Do you see this? June 16th, 2023. So 10 days before that oral argument. This is what Ann Taylor gets on her desk. Okay. This is what Ann Taylor gets handed on her desk. 10 days. Okay. 10 days before that hearing. A motion for protective order. It's like, what the fuck? Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office and respectfully moves this court for a protective order pursuant to 16.1 for information related to investigative genetic genealogy. And then this is when she's like, fucking, what is going on? She just asked for the grand jury. Okay. What the heck happened there? I don't know what the fuck just happened there, but factual background. Okay. This Once law enforcement had single source DNA from the K-bar knife sheath, they conducted what is called a short tandem repeat. Look at once law enforcement, okay, they then do STR, right? Yep, awesome. They put it into CODIS, but guess what? Did we get? Did it go into the national database? No. So what did you do with it? Was it in the national database? You see how they don't talk about that? No. Unable to find a match using STR DNA analysis, law enforcement decided bullshit. Guess who made that decision? Bill Thompson made that decision, you guys, not law enforcement. Okay. Bill Thompson, as he is supposed to, because it's supposed to be your last resort. Last resort. Genetic genealogy allows individuals to trace. We all know about this, okay? In this case, investigators. Who? What? Investigators. This is why you have to go back to all of this. Investigators used IgG. No, they didn't. No investigators used IgG. Who used IgG? You down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. I'm going to tell you who used IgG. That would be Othram. Right? They're not investigators. All right? Investigators used, this is what the state wrote. Investigators used IgG to begin the process of developing a lead. See, I want the lead sheets. Give me the leads. Give me the leads. To the individual who left DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Now, go look at the lab shit. Okay? Lab shits. The lab shits. Come like the lab rats. What are the dates of these lab reports? You guys remember they took the sheath again to double process. They was like, okay, let's do it again. Let's see what else we can grab off this. When did they know about the blood in the house? Okay. What? This is the Idaho State Police. Look at the Idaho State Police utilized a private laboratory to develop an SNP profile from the DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. The private laboratory, who they refuse to they don't list the name, right? The private laboratory. So think about Ann Taylor. Now it's a puzzle with this. First, it's a puzzle with the fucking. We can't get anything to do with the probable cause. Now we can't even get the probable cause stuff. Now we don't even have this shit. We don't even know who we didn't even know what these standards are. What the fuck? The private laboratory started using genetic genealogy to develop a family tree, but after law enforcement decided the FBI would take over, the private laboratory ceased its efforts and sent the S&P profile to the FBI. Okay, Ann Taylor's like, what the fuck? No dates in any of this shit. Okay, just telling a story. It's like listening to Turtle Boy. The FBI uploaded the S&P profile to one or more publicly available genetic genealogy services. Doesn't name them. The FBI did it. The FBI could then view through the genetic genealogy services portal. Now, let me tell you something. You become a witness. Who determined when this was, hey, guess what? The FBI is going to take over. So right here. But after law enforcement decided the FBI would take over, what? Do you understand that decision didn't come from Officer Payne, Blaker? Who made that decision? Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings. They would then be witnesses. That's why after they make this motion and right there before it, they bring on the AG's office because they were getting prepared Because if Ann Taylor was, I'm getting these people. Why didn't they move to recuse the Latah County Prosecutor's Office? Because they are now witnesses. Okay. Well, because guess what? You don't want to take it out of the hands of Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings because they're that bad. Okay, this is strategic. I don't want to go give it to somebody that's, I want to go up against the fucking D team. So we don't want to, so there's strategy involved in that. All right. We want Ashley Jennings to get up there and twirl around like an idiot. We want Bill Thompson, because their pride is going to get in the way. It's this is their case. Okay. They're going to have to take a back seat, right? But we want to leave it on their watch. So no, we don't want to recuse them. And their bullshit right now. Because that would be my thought process is I want to go up against these fools, these cheaters. And I want to expose them for everything that they are. And everything that we're supposed to stand against when we take an oath. The FBI uploaded the SMP profile to one or more of the publicly available genetics. Right here. The FBI could then view through the genetic genealogy service portal information regarding potential relatives. Okay, so now we get to the FBI built the family tree using the same tools and methods used by members of the public who wish to learn more about their ancestors. The fuck? For example, the FBI consulted social media. They just made it seem like this is no big deal. 33 pages of no big deal. Okay, so for ease of reference, this motion focuses on the FBI's IgG efforts. The state is also seeking to protect the partial family tree created by the private lab. By what private lab? The lab that the FBI used, the lab that Idaho State used. And it should be protected for the same reasons the FBI's IgG efforts should be protected. Why? Why should any of this be protected? Look at the product of, why are you even disclosing this? Right? Because this had nothing to do with anything. You found Brian Culver by what you were saying in the probable cause. It did not make it into the probable cause. You did not create probable cause to do with anything about this. Why is this even? Oh, it should be just a bonus, right? No, because it's a lie. The probable cause is all a lie. That's why. Right here. The FBI, so the product of the genealogy conducted by the FBI was a family tree that contained the name, birth date, and death date of hundreds of relatives, as well. Get out of here. The FBI then sent to local law enforcement a tip to investigate defendant. You guys, when? Is there a date on here? Nope. Nothing has dates. The IgG process pointed law enforcement toward defendant, but it did not provide law enforcement with the substantive evidence of guilt. What? Oh, so you're saying that because someone's DNA, touch DNA, is left on a movable object, that does not provide law enforcement with substantive guilt of evidence of guilt, right? So why wouldn't we use this against them? Because everything else is bullshit, right? And so then who wrote up this? I'd be saying things like this. Well, but didn't you say the IgG process pointed law enforcement towards the defendant, but it did not provide law enforcement with substantive evidence of guilt? So even though his DNA was on the knife sheet that was next to the body of Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves, that is not enough for evidence of guilt, is it? Let's dance. Let's go. Who wants to argue this? This is their own words. And so if that's not enough, then when we show that your whole fucking timeline is absolute crap, but why should you, if you guys think that Luigi Mangione has a chance to get his shit thrown out, right? Have you guys been following that? by the way. It is going to be so interesting what happens with that. I should start covering it. But if anything gets thrown out from the Luigi Mangione case, this case is on steroids compared to the Luigi Mangione case. Like steroids of the fuckerage. That's pretty crazy. The FBI did not, for example, conduct a direct comparison between SNP profile from the K-bar knife sheath and the defendant's SNP profile. Well, no shit. Prior to the FBI's IgG efforts, the Idaho State Police Laboratory developed the traditional STM. Great, awesome. Now you're just talking about something that does not even matter. Does not even matter. Look at after identification of defendant. Well, where is the date of that? After identification of the defendant. When did the identification of the defendant happen? Why are there no dates in any of this? You write 33 pages and turn it in. If I was a judge, I would not accept. I would deny everything that came across my desk that did not have dates. Why? Because it's irrelevant to me. I want chronological orders of things. I want dates. Why? Because it's relevant. You think that you're going to be able to write me? Look at this shit. We're in page 5 and I haven't seen a date fucking yet. After identification of defendant. So who gave you this information to write this? After identification of defendant, law enforcement recovered trash from the home of defendant's parents. Why the fuck would you ever go and do that? And it's also making it seem like that's what you did right after identifying him. But that's not what happened. That's the last thing that happened in all of this, which was the day before the arrest. So what it makes you think, okay, is that they identified his name and then they just like, let's go to his parents and get his trash. Come on. Let's go take the trash. And then ISP Laboratory did an STR DNA analysis of items from the trash. So this is why Ann Taylor was arguing this a different way as well. She's basically, her thing is, well, when you did the trash, you came across Brian's DNA was in the trash. Do you guys know this? Brian's DNA was in the trash. So why would you need to do anything with his dad? Brian's DNA was in the trash. People don't know that out there. Well, after you can look at those lab reports, you realize that Brian's DNA, wow, it was in the trash. Who's getting mad? No one's getting mad. I'm not here to help Brian. I'm here to help all of us. You guys know that yet? Truth and transparency. I'm here to help all of us because this type of work in cases like happens every fucking day. This is the problem. Okay. I'm here to help all of us. This is a problem. Whoever my work helps or doesn't help, as far as like us, the citizens, we the people to inform people of, wow, what's going on? Wow, that's interesting. Wow, that's how that really happened? Wow. Like mainstream media, ask them to put a timeline together and give you timestamps and dates. They won't ever dare do that. Never dare do that. You want to know what their argument was going to be about the trash and that his DNA was in there? Well, it was a mixture. It was a mixture. Well, yeah, it was a mixture between a guy and a girl. Yeah. It was a mixture between a guy and a girl. I mean, his sister. Okay, but you were able to separate it, right? Yeah, but we're not able to do that. What do you mean able to do what? Like you got a profile from it, didn't you? Yep, sure did. So you didn't realize you had Brian Goldberg's DNA? I have no idea why this ended in a plea deal. I have no clue. I mean, it should just never be allowed. The comparison indicated that the DNA found on the trash belonged to the biological father of the individual who left the DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. This would start to make you wonder if they ever really truly had Brian's DNA. Who the fuck knows? But pursuant to a search warrant, law enforcement then collected the DNA from the defendant. Yeah, pursuant to a search warrant, which right there should just tell you how important all of this was, because that search warrant is what got you his DNA. And why don't they want to talk about that they got Brian's DNA out of the trash? Because they were so nervous that the trash pull was unconstitutional. That's why. It's another reason why. I should say, not the reason why. That's another reason why. Because Brian Kohlberg didn't live there. And he would have, like, it's... Basically, our privacy interests, if you're living in the United States of America, it's gone. Like, these search warrants are so fucking broad. Once you go and get someone's phone, you have everything that you could ever imagine. And it just shouldn't be that way. It's complete bullshit. You should not be able to get any information if I'm a mother and I have my son's my chart health shit. You know? Like, you want to get who I called, who called me. But think about it. When are people going to start, like, really truly starting to think about the fact that I don't want to be stalked by the government? And this has nothing to do with, oh, then don't commit crimes. No, you guys, phones, this is circumstantial evidence. You can make a case against pretty much anybody for anything if they're in the area. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then you have fucking idiots out there that are on the jury that literally, you guys, beyond a reasonable doubt. I just can't believe that you guys think that police and prosecutors and anybody that works for the government, that they don't make mistakes. Think about how many mistakes you make every single day. How many mistakes do you make at work? Make mistakes all the time. Everybody makes mistakes. And for jurors not to see that, it's really sad. But there's a difference between a mistake, right, and then blatantly lying. And I'm sorry, once I would ever think as a juror, if I'm a juror ever one day, and I'm going based off of, if you lied in one thing, okay, and tried to get away with that lie, I'm not going to trust you on anything, because that's the reasonable doubt part for me. I'm allowed to then, in my own head, justify the reason I doubt you and anything that you have to bring to this table is because of that. And that's good enough, because that should be the doubt. That should be the doubt. Like, that should be the reasonable doubt, because it's reasonable. When somebody wanted to lie, well, now I have trust issues with everything else. That's a reasonable doubt. And check this out. This is the argument. The state seeks a protective order for a narrow category of information, namely information related to the use of IgG in this case. We don't want you to talk about it to the jury. Nah, we're not talking about that. The Idaho Criminal Rule 16 governs discovery in criminal proceedings. Rule 16 is broad, but it is not a free-for-all. Listen, the rule contemplates the exchange of discrete categories of information between the state and the defense. As relevant here, the rule contemplates the state will provide 3 discrete categories of information. Any material or information that would tend to negate the guilt of the accused. And let me tell you why this would tend to negate the guilt of the accused, this information. Because you built the entire case, okay, off of this material that you tried to hide in the first place of doing. And then when you worked backwards, you tried to make pieces fit. And then that's why this crime had to be committed within 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This. And that to me is relevant. Also, I would argue all day that me and anybody else that would ever provide a tip as an average citizen, we don't get to have evidence or discovery given to us to then help us create and make a lead for law enforcement. And that's why it should never be treated as just a tip, because actual evidence was taken out, okay, signed out, chain of custody, signed out to then use to create this tip. That is not the same as me, okay? And this is a great example is with the Turtle Boy case, okay? Turtle Boy wants to argue and his lawyers want to argue that the information and where it was coming from, it should be a huge problem because the person that was providing the information hates Turtle Boy and Turtle Boy hates that person. What about the only thing that should matter is the authenticity of it? Why aren't we talking about the authenticity of it? If somebody that hates me wants to go give the cops information about me and committing a crime, okay, I cannot possibly fathom thinking that I'm going to call the police and say, that person hates me. They're not credible because they hate me, right? But all they did was supply my live streams and say, here, look at this. This person is threatening people. This person is doing this, or whatever the fucking crime would be. If it's authentic evidence and not doctored and fabricated and manipulated, it doesn't matter who the fuck has it to turn it in. Okay? Now, what's different in this is that you're taking evidence from the case, signing it out, and then going and creating more evidence with it, right? It's not just a random tip. Sorry. No. Here, the defendant served on the state a request for discovery that calls for the IGG information, even though the IGG information falls outside of Rule 16 without first obtaining an order from this court. Then I said to myself, oh my God, they knew about IGG before the protective order. Okay? So, and how do they know? Well, because somebody wrote up an article January of 2023 talking about, and it was a leak, and it was from The Intercept. Do you guys know about that? I put it out. I did a whole big live about it. And so, like, this was all about Steve Gonsalves talking about, you have a fucking leak. Like, the prosecution is leaking information. And, you know, your arms. The state, so Ann Taylor put in one of the requests. It was compel number 3. It was, well, we want this IGG material. So then for the first time, they're acting like it didn't exist. Nothing exists. They just didn't even fucking mention anything. First time, June 26th or 27th, or I'm sorry, June 13th, this gets thrown on Ann Taylor's table. So the state now seeks, and the court should enter an order protecting the information related to the use of IgG in this case, that you cannot use it. Specifically, the state seeks to protect the following information: the raw data related to the SNP profile. The raw data. Do you know how sick that is? The raw data related to the SNP profile and the underlying laboratory documentation related to the development of the profile, such as chain of custody forms, laboratory standard, operating procedure, and analysis notes, etc. These fucking labs that want to be part of being use us first. This is the type of shit that's being written up saying, we don't want any of this information going out. Use us first. Why aren't we helping people solve cases? Why are people have to wait 20 years and families have to be this? Well, I guess get accredited and wear body cams and become somehow peace officers. Criminal laboratories that the state uses. I mean, this is a private lab. A private lab. Unbelievable. All information related to IgG efforts in creating a family tree and identifying defendants' potential relatives, including the identity. Gives a fuck about that, but the state does not seek to protect and has or will disclose the following information. Oh, you can have that, Kit. Information related to the STR DNA analysis conducted using the DNA recovered from the K-bar knife sheath and the DNA recovered from the defendant's parents' trash. Information related to the STR DNA analysis conducting using the DNA recovered. That's basically like, that's just so we're clear. Like, this is already a given because they already have it, you fucks. The state does not seek to protect. This is STR. This has nothing to do with that. Like, you make it seem like, oh, but look and see, like, we're not trying to, no. STR, like, what? That has nothing to do with SNP. This has nothing to do with genealogy. Gaslighting. That's gaslighting right there. Just write that in there. The court should grant an order protecting the IgG information in this case because the IgG information does not fit into any of the discrete categories listed in Rule 16. Then you shouldn't fucking use it. Then you should not use it. Then you should not be able to use IgG in Idaho if it doesn't fit any of these categories. But that's actually all a lie because there is case law. And they're saying, and good cause exists to protect the information, including the need to protect the privacy of defendants' relatives. Now, this was awesome. How does Ann Taylor not make this argument in front of Hitler? Your Honor, on or about June 13th, Hitler, if I was Ann Taylor, this is what I would have been saying. On or about June 13th, Your Honor, it wasn't us trying to protect the, it was the state trying to protect and claim a privacy interest. Look at this. The need to protect the privacy of defendants' relatives. Does everybody forget this argument? The state thought that they had a privacy interest, right? That they were invoking for all of those people, who's ever was in those, submitting DNA to these companies. I mean, I get it. You want to know where you're from, and I'm sorry, man, but look at it was the state. Look at the state. And then Hitler's over here like, here, I'm going to play the little version for you when he's like, I don't get it. You want to seek to, it was so great. I don't know why she didn't do it, but I would have been like, let me play you a clip. Can I play you a clip, sir? Let me play you a clip on the naughty list. Let me play you a clip. Clips and chips. Clips and tits. Oh, let's see Ann Taylor. January 25th, 2025, I believe. Here we go.
From the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that
Okay.
and the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent.
Okay.
He now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes.
Not what I'm saying, what I am.
Okay.
Let's do argument on the suppression of the IGG related matters, and then we can then hear the Frank stuff. That's fine. That's what you're prepared to argue.
Thank you.
Okay.
God, speak up, Hippler.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed.
Okay, so Ann Taylor is 1,000%. When they wanted to go and use IGG in the first place, the interim policy was that you needed to go and get certain warrants at certain times. Do you guys remember the Dateline episode that they took down because of the leak and all this shit? Well, somebody that was interviewed, her name was Jill Bolton, and she says, well, the reason they didn't go obtain those search warrants is because they didn't have probable cause. They would have never got them. So then they just didn't go and do it. There was issues there. Okay. And that's what people don't understand is that when you are going to even go in and use IGG, even if you wait to be your last, like, okay, hey, we've exhausted all of our resources, in which they did not come close to. This had just started. We've exhausted all of our, you still have to go and get search warrants. Okay. Because what are you doing? Like, hey, we're going to take out this and go and give it to a lab and do this and do what? Then think about this. Then we're going to go into a database and we're going to search a database. The word search a database against what? DNA that was taken from this case to then make into an SNP, okay? To then upload an SNP into a database and search that database. You took evidence out, chain of custody. You took it out of a case to then do what with it? You don't think that we all have a fucking interest in that? You don't think that you should have to have a search warrant to do that? Why would the government have their intern policy tell you to do those things and to obtain search warrants? Because when you're doing just that, why would that be the intern policy? Why the fuck do we have policies if we don't follow them? There's a reason that they would ever even be the intern policy. It's because it matters. It's because you can't just be doing whatever the fuck you want. Okay? So they didn't go and get a search warrant at all the different phases of even being able to go and employ and use IGG. Like, and the government thought that they could just keep it all fucking hush hush. We're not going to tell anybody that we ever even use this. So stop talking about in these emails. Stop writing each other. We're not going to be talking about this. And everybody was okay with it. And yet here, there's been a huge push and a huge campaign because of this case in the beach case, the Gilligo murders, that they're bringing, using stuff like this. But these people are doing it all. If you want to embrace something and you want something to be incorporated in part of policy, you'd want to be able to show how awesome it is and not hide behind it, or hide it rather. You want to show how awesome it is and it's a great tool. So why aren't you doing it by the book? Why didn't you go and try to just do it by the book? Think about that. It's like if you have a cancer antidote, if you, hey, guess what? I created this thing and it's going to cure cancer. What would I do? Fuck it. I'm not going to go. I'm just going to black market it and hush hush and, you know, fuck. It's just wild. It's a wild concept to me that is it because you guys didn't think that you guys would ever be like it's going to get denied and then it would be on the record it getting denied and you have trying to obtain a search warrant for it? What's the worst that they say? No. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. How about this? If this is the type of character that these people have, you know that even if they went and did it the right way and they got it and they were like, no, there's no probable cause here for that. Sorry. Well, guess what they're going to still do? Okay. Well, then we're just going to take it and do it and we're not going to tell anybody about it. Right? And then based off of Judge Hippler here, what would have happened? Ready? Because basically his ruling is saying, hey guys, go and try to obtain it. And then if they don't give you the search warrant, just go ahead and do it anyways, because watch this. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Think about it. Ready?
Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, through Moscow Police Department, moved a DNA sample to Othram Laboratories to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed. Your Honor, for the purposes of the 4th Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case.
Right there. Give Ann Taylor credit. This is said perfectly.
In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Okay. And see, I would have went further and my argument would have said, Your Honor, there is a reason that they didn't go and follow their own policy. Okay. Because basically these same people, if they would have followed the policy and they didn't get the search warrant, right? And it wasn't obtained, right? Because they didn't think that they could get one. Because why not just go and get one? They didn't think that they could. Why just totally disregard it? Okay. Because they also knew that it'd be discoverable because we're going to go try to get a search warrant. It's a discovery. Your Honor, basically, if you allow them to do what they're about to do here and you do not suppress this, okay, it is then writing a free pass for everybody out there to do exactly what they did here, because at the end of the day, we're still going to let it in because what? Because it was only an interim policy and it's just, hey, this is a guideline. This is a guidance. Guidance. How the fuck is this not at the top right now? How are people not outraged in the entire USA saying, wait a second, dude, this needs to be voted on right now. This interim policy needs to become a law. This is not policy. Fuck policy if you can just ignore your policies. If this guy can say, well, it's just a policy, It doesn't, you don't have to. This is just a suggestion. What? What? This is not a suggestion. Our DNA is not just, you get to just do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Cases that hold that.
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case. Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake.
How does it not? How can anybody argue against that? How can, I mean, how do you argue that? They weren't even going to tell anybody that they did it. And then the way that they said, hey, we're not going to tell anybody that we did it, is we're going to lie in the probable cause. That's how nobody's going to know about this. That's why it should shock everybody that this wasn't a plea deal from the get-go. You understand? That's why it should shock everybody that this wasn't a plea deal from the get-go, because they don't want it to get to this point. Okay? And you can say, well, I don't know, Thompson was feeling some pressure. And I think the only way that he could possibly feel the pressure is if they were giving these parents a bunch of information ahead of time, and that if Gonsalves ever spoke on it, you know, what are you going to give? Yeah, if you speak on that type of shit, yep, you would really burn us. But guess what? Then your daughter's killer walks. That's what I think went on.
Court can see from the various affidavits in this case that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Koberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information, and we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist. We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week.
That's insane.
Not through the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret. When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Koberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene. Not asking.
Do you understand that that has nothing to do with her argument right there? That's how lost this motherfucker was. Hippler, you were so lost about what that has nothing to do with anything that she is saying right now. You're not suggesting that they took Brian Koberger's DNA and uploaded it on their own to like create one? Like, what? We're not talking about what we're talking. What? We're not suggesting anything here. We're telling you that we don't know anything because it's all done in secret. It's all redacted. We just found out stuff today, and that has nothing to do with my oral argument here, which is no search warrant, you fuck. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit, and he is on the naughty list.
Whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Gaslighting.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the jed.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, it wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor,
Boom! Awesome! Great. Did you guys just finally hear it? Did you guys just hear that argument? Tell me you guys just heard that argument right there. What did he just say? Right there. That's it. That's what I said. I was like, okay, so now read this, and I'll just read it for you guys. Right here. He says, Hitler, you suck. He says, The state says this court should grant an order protecting the IgG information in this case because the IgG information does not fit into any of the discrete categories listed in Rule 16. And good cause exists to protect the information, including the need to protect the privacy of the defendant's relatives. Okay, so we're going to play that again. That's the big pow pow, you idiot. So now you are saying, okay, rewind right here. That's why she's like, what?
Not sure what the court is.
DNA sample.
FBI from offering. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Koberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene. Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, it wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well,
that's a lie. That's a lie. All of us have an interest because we don't know whose that DNA is at the crime scene. Okay? It's crime scene DNA though, right? It's evidence, right? Exactly. So I don't have an interest in it. You discard it. Great. Awesome. Nobody has a privacy interest in discarded DNA at a crime scene. You're absolutely right. But guess what all of us have an interest in? That the government takes evidence that they collect from a motherfucking crime scene and that they do the right things with it, which would be obtaining a search warrant to be able to take it out of fucking evidence, make it into here, we're going to upload it to CODIS, or we're going to see if we can, taking that sheath, you took that out of evidence, you took it to a lab, they processed it, okay? Then you want to do something with what? Uploading into CODIS, right? With your STR, okay? Great. You have the STR, you upload it to CODIS, nothing happens, there's no match. Awesome. Now what do you want to try to do with it? You didn't need a search warrant for any of that. Now what? Oh, well we want to take some of the DNA that we have here and we want to make it an we want to make it a SNP, SNP. Okay. What do you need to do? I need to go get a search warrant. Don't you? That's what all of us have an interest in. That's the point right there. Okay. And it has nothing to do with a database and all those people that are in it. Right? It's not the part. That's not that's not what we're arguing here. We're arguing that we all as the United States of America have a interest in the government following its protocols, you pieces of shit. And this judge, do you not get it? Do you not understand? That's what our interest is in. Our interest is what did you want to do next when it failed and you couldn't get anything from it? Because when you upload it to CODIS, there is no hit. Now, what did you want to do? You want to take something and provide it where? To a private laboratory? To do what? Okay, yeah, what does it say? You need to get a search warrant. Because you need to get a search warrant, and then once you make this SNP at this private laboratory, okay, it's a chain of custody, okay, because you're preserving how you created all of this shit. You're making evidence. Okay, so then what do you want to do next? Now you want to upload it. What you just created, you want to upload it to where? Yeah, into a database. Okay. What does it say to do next? It says to get a search warrant. Because you have to do what? We can only upload it into the law enforcement parts, and we have to have chain of custody with it again, and we have to pay $700. And there's like the prosecutor writes it up and says that this lab is affiliated with us in this criminal investigation. There's like a big process to this motherfucking thing, okay? And this, again, chain of custody so that you can do what was, if you weren't ever trying to prosecute this case, because we got to do things right. We got to do things by the book. This stuff takes time. We're going to prosecute to completion. You knew immediately when you didn't follow the interim policy that you were never going to disclose any of this. You understand? That's what we have a problem with. Is that your interim policy tells you to do this and obtain search warrants, and you chose not to follow the policy. I want to know why. I want to know, did you not know the policy? That's why there's no communications about it, except for 1 or 2 little write-ups in the labs from the Idaho State Police people.
Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheet.
No, I'm not talking about the knife sheet DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. But those databases don't turn out a name and say this is
I
your
have a
suspect.
privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is if somebody takes...
That's what the state said. That's what the state, and then said, this is where I would have said, that's what the state said, Your Honor. Let me read you what the state said, Your Honor. See, I would have remembered what the state had always claimed. I would have never forgot what the fuck we're here for. And I would have said, well, Your Honor, it's funny that you bring that up. It's funny that you bring that up. Let me go ahead and quote the state here. Back in June of 2023, they filed for a protective order, okay? And right here on page, page 8, they said that this court should grant an order protecting the IGG information in this case because the IGG information does not fit into any of the discrete categories listed in Rule 16, which is the discovery rules, and good cause exists to protect the information, including the need to protect the privacy of defendants' relatives. So the state was seeking that that the defendant's relatives have a privacy interest. Now, how does the defendant's relatives have a privacy interest? They don't. They don't. You want to know why? If you're going to follow the rules here and you want to follow, they didn't get that protective order, did they? They sure the fuck didn't, right? But the state was trying to claim a privacy interest, right? Yes? No?
Your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
Not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What private...
If my DNA is taken lawfully, do you hear him? If my DNA is taken lawfully. Exactly, Hippler, if it's taken lawfully. But any DNA at the crime scene is discarded, okay? It's what you do after with it, because then it's considered evidence. And what you do with evidence at a crime scene matters to all of us. Okay? Because one day you never know who's going to be sitting in a defendant's chair. And these type of cases are used to create precedent for future cases. That's our motherfucking interest. Okay? People thinking that this case is about Brian Colbert still. Dude, that's why I don't even respond to people like that. Dude, I did not have time. I'm in fucking 12th grade and they're still in first grade. That's fine. You know what? I'm not going to be your tutor. Okay.
What interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
I don't have a privacy interest in that. Okay. I have a privacy interest in the case's integrity of how things are supposed to be handled. There's clearly the FBI thought that there's an issue here and you need to get a search warrant before you do X, Y, and Z. And yes, if their searches were in databases that they were not supposed to go into, that's just only an additional thing after the fact that they've already put it in before they had a search warrant to do it.
That's a loaded question.
So she says that's a loaded question.
What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well, it is.
It has nothing to do with my argument. And I think that she just didn't want to be, you guys see, like, that's why I have no fear. I have no fear. If somebody makes no sense to me when I'm talking to them, it'll show all over my face. And I'll be like, this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about? I would say, I don't understand your argument. It sounds like you're arguing against what I'm trying to argue here for, but I'm arguing like the color red and you're arguing about elephants. Okay. So how this changed into a privacy interest in others? No. I have the integrity of this case, in like all cases, we have an interest in policy. Okay. In policy. And if you want to sit here and say that this is just an interim policy and this was just guidance, okay, then I urge you to ask the question, two things. Why didn't they follow the policy? Why aren't you asking them, why didn't they follow the interim policy? Do they believe that it's a shitty policy and that it shouldn't be followed? Are they dumb and are they not trained? Do they not know it exists? I want to know why they didn't follow the policy. Shouldn't you as a judge want to know why they didn't follow the policy? Wouldn't that be kind of important?
Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position.
I agree that part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA that's taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related?
And that's not the argument, Ann. Tell them.
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful.
Thank you. You guys, she said it right there. Our position is that this was not obtained lawfully. The work that was done wasn't done lawfully. And she's right. She's 1000% right. And she nails it. And she says, well, Your Honor, our position is that this wasn't done lawfully. And anything that stemmed and flowed from this unlawful bullshit is out. So now I bring you to Luigi Mangioni's case. Okay. First of all, they lied to you, Hippler, just like they lied to all of us. This is not how they obtained probable cause. And if you read actually his order on how this all plays out, Hippler made more arguments for the state than actually for us as we the people. Okay. And you're failing us, we the people. This has nothing to do about the Brian Colbert case. This has to do about future cases. But in the Luigi Mangioni case, it's clear as day. We have an issue here. Luigi Mangioni was not Mirandized, nothing. They didn't have a search warrant. And they just are going through his fucking bags at the McDonald's. Let me ask you guys a question. Then you have a police officer that gets up there and says that I thought there could be a bomb in there. If somebody would have said that, if I was an attorney and someone said that to me when I was asking them questions, I would have said, and so you thought that opening something with all those people around in McDonald's was how I thought there was a bomb in there. And that's been your story now. It's changed how many times? Is that the third or the fourth version? Everything from that search should be tossed. I think the only thing that should be used is him turning over that ID. And that's why I really emphasized in one of my lives, I said that's the piece of evidence that should link him to this. And the only piece of evidence that should link him to this. And everything else should be gone. Once he turned over the ID and he said, but this officer wanted to get up there and say, yeah, once I saw him, I knew that it would, get the fuck out of here. And then I just have to ask everybody this one question, which is this. You guys, what was the rush? What was the motherfucking rush to get into his stuff right then and there? Think about this. You can detain somebody because of suspicion. Detain him. What was the rush to get into everything and go through his stuff immediately? Think about that. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, it's okay. Not every day is there like a manhunt and this could be that guy. And hey, okay, breathe. You got it, Sue? Got it? Breathe, Susie. You got this. Okay. Breathe. We can detain him for like 24, 48 hours. I mean, we got him. Like, we can detain people. Why wouldn't you? Okay. He gave you the fake ID. You have him on falsification, right? Yes or no? Well, you don't know that it's a fake ID yet, unless you're able to tell that it's a fake ID. How'd you determine that it was a fake ID? When did they know that it was a fake ID? You give me an ID, I run it over, Mark Rosario, blah, blah, write all that stuff. What did it say over the radio when it came back? Hey, this is a fake ID. There is no Mark Rosario, or, I mean, I want to hear that part. Okay. Anyways, wouldn't you maybe ask somebody like over the radio, like, hey, what do you want us to do here? They say, McDonald's people called us. We're here. They think that this guy is, yada, yada, yada. This is the ID he handed us. His name is this. Okay. Wouldn't we want to translate that on over to New York? Wouldn't we want to translate that over to the police department there? Hang tight right here. We're going to talk to the people in New York. Okay. New York says, wait, what name does the ID said? Oh my God, that's the name of at the hostel, whatever. Did I just walk and talk us through something that's just so fucking hard to figure out on how that would have been handled? And guess what? If New York doesn't get back to you within the time that it is to detain him, okay? If New York just doesn't get back to you for fucking days, okay? There was nothing going on. There was no, these cops, my point is this, the Pennsylvania cops had no idea what name, and if they even had a name for this person, because what is being shown to all of us, just like these cops in Pennsylvania, is that here's a little clip of a guy riding a bike, or here's this. I mean, what do we really have at that point? That's what's going to matter, is what was publicly available and known at that point. Right when, what could have ever been seen and known? Okay. And so we did not know the name Mark Rosario was affiliated in any way, shape, or form with the New York shooting. Okay. So you would have to get that information over to who? You'd have to wait. You'd have to say, like, I can't go through his shit. I just can't start going through his shit. How? Why? Why am I going through his stuff? Think about it. No, you cannot just go through I don't want you touching any of this. And none of you motherfuckers were body cams around here. Okay. Well, somebody was it the Altoona Police Department, the locals? Because I'll tell you what, PSP doesn't wear body cams. But I don't know why we were such in a rush. And I don't understand why we're doing all this stuff at McDonald's. I don't understand why we're not detaining somebody. Because that guy on the stand said when he pulled down his mask, I knew it was him. I knew it was him. My next question is well, why didn't you detain him? What's this reasonable what's suspicion for blah, blah, blah? You can detain somebody. He has all of his stuff, put him in, why didn't you remove him from the McDonald's and ask him if he would come with you down to the station to clear this up? Because the people here at McDonald's think that you're the New York United Care Worker shooter. What would have been wrong with that? I want to know because I'm like, how would I handle it? Well, I think I would have said that. I don't think I wouldn't have said that. Why? What's so wrong with saying that? What's so wrong with, I don't know, telling the guy the truth on why the fuck we're asking you to pull down your mask? And when you went ahead and you pulled down your mask, I'm not going to lie to you, I've seen these pictures and whatnot. You look like this guy. So how about we just clear all this stuff up? Come down with me to the Altoona Police Department and let's clear this up. How about that? What's wrong with that? Do you think that person that took the stand, anything would be wrong with that? No, man, that ain't gangster enough. That ain't fucking, no. I'm not gonna do what? Hey, Landon, you're not gonna handle it like that. If my commanding officer was like, the fuck, you're not gonna handle it like that. Well, how do you want me to handle that? And then he says, no, I'm good. Okay, then I what? Ask him for ID? Because this is the kicker here. Asking somebody for ID and it getting turned over, okay? Awesome. Great. He just gave me his ID. Me getting a name, even if it was a fake ID, that has, at that point, how many people get fake IDs because I don't want to deal with the cops? Okay. But they don't know that it's a fake ID. They don't know what the New York name of the guy that rented the hotel was. They don't know any of this. It's not all over the news. So even him giving you your ID, or he gives you this ID, you run it. That's why it's imperative to know, okay, what did it come back? When did you know there was a fake ID? And did you then arrest him for falsification? You know what? You're under arrest for falsification. Arrest him, take his stuff, bring him down for falsification. Now you just bought yourself a shit ton of time, didn't you? I always wonder what type of training we're doing. I think anybody can figure out a way to pass a test, a written test, or, but like a training exercise like that. To say I started going through stuff because I thought there was a bomb in there is a goddamn lie. And that officer should fucking never be an officer again. To saying that you can, that you thought that. A fucking bomb in there. Then did you call in SWAT? Did you clear everybody out of the McDonald's? That's pretty crazy.
Needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named. This is about an identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process.
This is about an identification process. Luigi Mangione, what identification process? Interesting, huh?
In violation of Mr. Koberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in violation of his rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody.
You're saying that, I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue. Their abandonment.
Right there, dude. Ann Taylor taking right there. She got it out. Well, Your Honor, things that you're saying is what I was anticipating the state to argue. So she's basically saying you're making the state's arguments for them. You're arguing their case. She calls him out. You know, it's until you go back after all the information that we have in this timeline and what truly was going on, and you look back and it's just like, dude, on the spot, Ann Taylor nails that and she fucking takes a dig. Yeah, why are you arguing a case? Are you a prosecutor? No, you're the judge.
Abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking.
So she said right there is the Ross case is an intentional knowing of leaving of something. If the sheath was planted there, he didn't discard it. You know, if the sheath was planted, he didn't go to a crime scene and discard it himself. Okay. Which is an interesting argument as well. But I would think that this is why you need to have a search warrant in all these next steps that would have happened to utilize IGG to be able to get here. I know, Heather, right? It's like, okay, buddy, you just keep making their arguments for you. So I guess I'm going to argue with you and you're going to. So think about that. How can she ever win any arguments when the person that you're supposed to be arguing against is actually sitting down behind her? And the person that she's actually arguing with is the judge who then makes the decision on who won the argument. You guys, that's like having children decide who's going to get the bigger piece of the salami sandwich and letting the kid cut the piece and letting him also decide what piece he's going to get. Get the fuck out of here. That's Idaho, though, for you. Okay, they'd have two kids. Hey, you get to cut the peanut butter jelly sandwich and you get to pick which half you want. That's Idaho's logic in life. My logic in life is I got two kids. You cut them. You cut that piece of sandwich. Go ahead. And you, other kid, gets to pick what half they want. You better cut it fair, right?
Position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument is twofold. One, your client complains that a search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. That's thing one. Thing two is an objection to the law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point, understanding the basis for that, because I can't find any case law that would support that idea, that somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Well, I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court to some cases.
I think one concurring opinion in a case that held otherwise.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about. Our first point is it was an illegal search. And this is if
search,
the court's
which search?
Assumption.
Which search? It was illegal.
Well, first the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash pool.
You're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret that happen when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram to create a snip. And then when that doesn't produce anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the snip ourselves. That's what I'm talking about.
Bingo. And Bingo was his name. Oh, and look at this fucking asshole. Yeah, you're right. How am I going to get out of this? I'm going to have to do the oral arguing and the written work for them. And now I'm going to have to fucking just tell Ashley Jennings to take a big dick and put it in her fucking mouth, because as soon as she opens it, I'm going to fucking have to grant this fucking shit. This has nothing to do with guilt or innocence, you guys, of the perpetrator. This has to do with, wow, what our government is doing right now. And then here's judges. And then here's judges saying, yep, it's legal. It's legal. That is not legal. It is not legal to do what they did. It is not legal. So we need the interim policy ruled on. We need it to be, so that's, I want to know, how do we get this interim IGG policy voted on so it's a statute? Okay. How? Nothing should move with IGG any further in any case, in any state, until this is handled. And that's why they call it the Wild Wild West right now. It is the Wild Wild West because, oh, this is the FBI violated their own policy. And then here's a judge at a state level that said, fuck yeah, fuck us. Yeah. Woo! Fuck us, baby. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Bend over, man. Keep fucking us, feds. We love it. That's basically what happened in this hearing. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Hitler.
Those are the problems. As far as asserting family
specific DNA tests.
That should make you laugh. If you're driving with your kids right now.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath.
My theory, I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the bristle is in this.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken. I'm adopting it only for that purpose. And I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches need a warrant.
And remind me, Davis was the cell phone?
No, Davis was not the cell phone. Davis was blood, a sample with blood. The cell phone case is Carpenter. I'm sorry?
Can you give me the site to the Davis case?
Hang on. 2 seconds. 2 seconds and glasses.
I think she did a great job, actually. She's like, they're just lying their asses off. And Bill Nye, the science guy. Fucking dud.
I apologize because my memory tends to be fact-based and not name-based, and so that's my liability.
Yep, you are a liability.
Just a second, I apologize. I apologize. I wrote the name down, but not the site in my notes, but I know it's cited in our briefing. I don't know what page. It is 690 F 3rd 226.
Well done, Ann.
All right. And so those are the three areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant and there wasn't. There is an expectation of privacy in one CNA that society is willing to recognize. And I think I talked to the court a little bit about the things that happened in this case that were super secret. I think we've gotten to the point where we were talking, and this goes to recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram. And then the FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that department.
They went into databases that violate the interim policy. So not only did they just not get search warrants, then they said, fuck us some more. Yeah. Go into all the fucking databases, baby. We got all these loopholes. Yeah. And Hitler's like, yeah, this is so fucking awesome.
Of Justice interim policy, and that policy on it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed, and they did that. The court has that in another exhibit.
How's that a constitutional violation?
Your Honor, it goes to
Right there. How is that a constitutional violation? What? How is that a constitutional violation? Okay. So what he's saying is that it's not a constitutional violation because it's not recognized. They're trying to get this recognized. So let me ask you a question. When IGG gets finally voted on and there is the policy and it would have had to have been done all of the certain way. Ready for this? Guess what then will happen? And this is the only thing that makes sense to me, is that Ann Taylor could have said to her client, listen, plead guilty because we're going to be able to save your life. And we don't know how long it's going to take until this policy is voted on and then it's made into laws, okay? Statutes. Here you go, right? And then this case, well, then what will happen? Now, fuck with me, because that's why I'm over here. Like it, I think Ann Taylor has so many different avenues to go with this case, even if she wants to go with this case. All I keep hearing about is Brian Kober being so unhappy in prison. Well, guess what happens after a year of somebody, being in actually like, the state prisons? That's happened after 2 years. Okay, 3. If he is so innocent, you're not going to want to live like that. Okay, you're going to want to try to get out. Okay. Even if you are so guilty, like Chris Watts, what do you try to get out? Yeah, try to give you all these motherfuckers who are so guilty. Now think about if somebody's actually innocent. You're gonna try to get out?
privacy.
Suppressed for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, as well as Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho
Right to due process?
Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy, so there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP. In a SNP at all, there has to be a warrant to search these types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have any policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about.
Look at her. She's telling him everything. Like, this is about this SNP. For them to even make the SNP, they took something out of, they searched his DNA or the DNA left of the crime scene. They searched it to take out and snip. That requires a fucking search warrant. They didn't get one. That means they unlawfully obtained the snip that they then put into a database that they went into and violated their own policy on then. Every step of the way was a butt fuck to all of us in the United States of America. That's my argument. And if people at Othram want to be the new, hey, you don't bring us in 30 years later, 20 years later, 10 years later, we need to be in it from jump. Then all this shit needs to create a statute, laws, not interim policies. And it needs to happen now. So who do we have to go talk to for this to be dealt with?
About the different IgG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IgG to solve it because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Koberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
That has nothing to do with shit.
And I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
That would be a standing.
What?
Let's look at warrantless searches.
That would be a standing.
There's got to be a standing. Exactly. There's no standing. Is that what you're trying to say? Because there's got to be a standing. He's insane. This is absolutely insanity.
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Koberger to this case. They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Brian Koberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification.
You have the burden to show that they need to be suppressed. What do you want her to say? This is insanity. What do you want her to do? Lift up your skirt, Ann. Show them something. This is sick. I'm sorry, but this is sick.
Search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
It is. The interim policy states that it is. Listen to this fucking asshole.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this. Well, you have
He's now been incarcerated for 2 years facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law. That's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, well, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene. If there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched without a warrant to establish identity.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial. I think the Carpenter.
Boom. He is trying to say, listen to you guys, his fucking brain cells are basically saying, God, Hitler, wow, I cannot believe you just made that comment. That's about, okay, we're determining, at a trial, we're going to determine things that you're just talking about right there, which is how DNA got anywhere, okay? What we are talking about is what you did with the crime scene evidence that you obtained, okay? It's like nothing different. In my opinion, if you are at a crime scene, or I'm sorry, there's all those people's phones, okay? Why did you have to go get a search warrant why did you have to go get a search warrant on November 19th, 2022 to go back into the house and to go into Dylan Mortensen's room? On November 19th, 2022, why does anybody have to wait to get a search warrant to go into a crime scene? If you can just start whipping through shit. Why was a search warrant required to go into Dylan's room on November 19th and to go in there? Why'd you go get a search warrant for that? It's at a crime scene. You don't need to get, it's at a crime scene. What? Why did those bodies lay on the ground for almost 12 hours? Why did they need it? Why did Idaho State Police wait outside to go into the fucking house for, They're just standing around because we're waiting to get what? Why did Mitch Noonans write up a search warrant? Why did somebody have to go back, sit at the Moscow Police Department, and type up a search warrant to then go into the house and to obtain things that were in there? They were looking for prescription pills. Don't leave your DNA at a crime scene. The fuck are you talking about, man? That has nothing to do with shit. You have to have a warrant, motherfucker, even to go into a crime scene and to start taking shit. Then once you take the shit, then what are you going to do with it? Well, there's chain of custody. We're going to process it. Oh, the Idaho State Police Lab is processing the knife sheath. Okay, great. You process it. Boom. Well, we got an STR. Awesome. What do you do? Well, we uploaded it to CODIS. Okay. Why? Oh, because we want to see if it matches any of the people in the CODIS. Okay. Doesn't match. Okay. What do you want to do? Well, I want to take the DNA STR sample that we have here, and I want to employ an private laboratory. A private laboratory to do what? So think about this. We have a cell phone. Okay. I want to get into the cell phone. Why do you get a search warrant to search somebody's cell phone? So it's a legal search, seized, searched. Because what are you going to do? You just don't take it. You're going to download the material, and then you're going to do what with it? You're going to go through it. Oh, they have Facebook app. Okay, now I want a Facebook warrant. Okay. Because you're looking for evidence. You're looking to find evidence of a crime. That's what they keep writing on all these stupid search warrants. I'm looking for evidence of a crime, and I believe it's going to be here. These broad. Okay, so here, you want to employ this lab, and they say that IGG policy is that you're going to get, you need probable cause to do that. Okay. Who says that? The FBI. There's this interim policy, and the FBI is involved. They're part of this case. Okay, so what do you do? Why didn't you just go and get the warrant? The policy says to go and do. Why wouldn't you do that? It's like a no fucking brainer, right? Hitler says, why? 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 I think Hitler would just be like, hey, Hitler, why? Because you're going to create something, right? From something, right? Chain of custody, right? We want to know how much, we want to make sure that nothing was fucked with. I don't know. I mean, why? Why have it? You want to make sure that there's probable cause? And I think they would have gotten turned down. Why? I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have gotten turned down. Why didn't they try it? Why would that even be part of the policy? What could be the reason that you needed to put it in? How about that? How about we ask them when they made the interim policy why they put that in as the interim, and then after they then make a snip, okay, then what do they want to do? Well, now we want to upload it to a database. Why don't we just, I don't know, go give people's clothing that you find at the crime scenes to fucking psychics and just take it out of evidence and go give it to a psychic to smell and to look at. And, here, we're not going to get a search warrant that here, we're just going to give this to you and just, I don't know, start fucking doing whatever it is that you do. Run some tarot cards on it. Oh, yeah. We were just trying to develop a lead. We didn't need a search warrant for that. We just gave it to her just to smell and look at. And she just threw some cards out on the table like nothing happened. That's what's next. That's how ridiculous this is. The Hitler over here saying, well, but
case is really instructive for the court here, and that case was about third party with cell towers, and there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you went.
Everywhere?
I'm sorry?
Don't we leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business. That's how you drive your car to go to the doctor. Your cell phone's hitting on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches, and that's what we're asserting here. There's so much information contained in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house.
Unreasonable searches. And see, this is what you should say. See, my argument would have been this. Your Honor, why do we have this policy in the first place? This is what the policy says. So whoever put it in place, the policy is this way for a reason. Because this is the only way it's going to get voted in. Okay? He doesn't ask one question about the policy, about why
to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left.
Why didn't Ann Taylor call an FBI guy to the stand for policy reasons? And she's probably like, I didn't even know who worked on it. I have no idea who to call to the stand. I couldn't call anybody to the stand because they wouldn't tell us who worked on it from the FBI. I mean, where does Ann Taylor start with just like this whole fucking case is done in secrecy? You guys, guilty innocence for me out the window. I don't give a fuck if Brian Kober spends the rest of his life in prison. I don't care. This has nothing to do with Brian Kober to me. It should be a wake-up call to all of us to say, holy shit. Like, you guys see the redactions that we're getting? Ann Taylor was being redacted in a fucking capital murder case. She's reading blankety blank blank blank. We gotta redact that. Blankety blank blank blank. This is nuts, man. Welcome. This is crazy. Blankety blank, fuck blankety blank, but we don't know who's fucking. Blankety blank took the blankety blank out the back door, and he ran into blankety blank, and then blankety blank and blankety blank called blankety blank, and then they all met at the lab, redacted blankety blank. What? That's what Ann Taylor's reading. I'm gonna call Ann Taylor's fucking office, and I just want to say Merry Christmas, baby. We get Merry Christmas in there. Ann Taylor, we just gotta say Merry Christmas from Truth and Transparency. We keep reviewing all of this shit, man. Hands down, girl. You just got, this is crazy. Let's see if I can find her number again. Thought I had her on speed dial.
Ann Taylor Law, how can I help you?
Hi, this is Lana with Truth and Transparency, and I just was wanted to call Ann Taylor and tell her and the rest of the staff there for you guys, give you guys a Merry Christmas, and just thanking her for her work on our rights with the Brian Kober case.
Okay, thank you for giving us a call.
Okay, we appreciate all your guys' work. We know that you guys were working for us as U.S. citizens as well, so we just really want her to know that. Merry Christmas, guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Merry Christmas. There you go. Give her a Merry Christmas. She's going to be like, that fucking wild-ass Lana. She's probably going to think that I'm joking. I'm not. Ann Taylor's office. Well, Merry Christmas. Objection, Lana. You are harassing people. No, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Hopefully she's in Mexico just saying, fuck all you people.
If that's going to be the standard, you put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah.
Searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left. If that's going to be the standard, you put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington. In that case, it keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't. The court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive, I think, and important for the court to think about how secretive this all was. We are months from trial, and we are learning things about how the government identified Brian today in open court when we've asked and asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
I suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why should I permit evidence obtained potentially by searching databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search?
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms,
seems to be the evidence.
The terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Koberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
No, it's not terms of service. It's their own policy. So stop saying that. The terms of service would be putting it on like, no, the FBI violated their own policy. He's gaslighting it to talk about terms of service. And he should get in his ass about that.
As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
the FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree, we won't search those ones.
So I'll address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So for example, like we cited in our brief, 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating
No, that's a fucking horrible argument, man. Because I have a reasonable expectation of privacy. If me sharing it, if I'm thinking who I'm sharing it with, if you're telling me that's the sole purpose I'm uploading it, is because you're guaranteeing me my privacy against those people. I cannot believe that these people can literally say this shit in an open court. Your Honor, I'll be happy to bring in 300 people to sit here and ask them, why did you opt out of the law enforcement portal part? Were you expecting your DNA to ever be able to be? Why are you even? Would you have uploaded your DNA? Well, no, that's why I clicked on that. Why though? Because I don't trust them. Like, you know how many people are going to come back and say that? Not because I want killers to get away with murder. I don't trust the government. That's what people are going to say. You did not upload it to the because you're trying to help murderers get away, are you? No, that's not why I clicked over there. Man, fuck all of this argument bullshit. This is common sense, which clearly everybody just checked at the door.
In terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus?
Wait, what?
Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company.
Yeah, but that's a different argument because the company didn't say it wasn't a and or this. You know, I don't go to Best Buy and get a Best Buy card, or let's fucking use Google or AT&T. We should be boycotting. because all that AT&T has to put in their policy, or Verizon, or if you want to start I want to start a cell phone company, and I'm going to straight up say that we will not share your information, okay, with law enforcement. Come get on my network. Here's my policy. Okay, think about this. And then can you imagine these motherfuckers come in and find a loophole and get into my system and then try to search it and compare whatever the fuck they found to finding out who has that phone number under and with my company. What do you think about that? These idiots. What Nye says here should scare everyone and anyone, right? Yeah, this is disgusting. You don't, when we talk with any of these companies, they don't say things like, they don't give you the option to be over here, and we're not going to share your stuff. So does that mean that every third party now is going to offer that? Because that's what needs to happen. I am not ever getting another thing unless I ask them, I want terms of service to say, blah, 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 you will not share this with, I want that expectation. I want that expectation. I want the expectation that nothing that I give you can be used by the government. I'm opting into that. I want if you want my business, that's what you're going to have. I'm telling you, if you get out there and you start a cell phone company and you say that you won't share this, blah, blah, you know how many people I think would be like, fuck yeah. And it's not because, hey, we want to get criminals off. Okay. No, it's because we don't trust you. We don't trust the government. So we want to be over here in this world because they don't believe in transparency. And they believe that don't worry, once we get to court, we're just going to maneuver things, however we want. And what's really sick is that we the people are actually the government. Okay. The guy that's the judge right here, he is a human being. Do you guys know that? He's not a robot. He's a human. Nye, he's a human. He's a person. How could you ever one day decide I'm going to go work for the government? Because the whole purpose is you should want to go work for the government because you should keep them in check. Okay. Not help them fuck us. You understand that? You see how fucked up that is? It's crazy. Why would Nye defend somebody else's fuck up while working for the government? I would out them like that. It's like I don't know, maybe it's just the athlete in me. But if you cheat while I'm playing a game against you, okay? What? You're not going to cheat and beat me in a golf match. Okay? No way. Here, all these motherfuckers are cheating and they're covering for them instead of outing the fact that they're cheating. Where does that ever happen, man? Where does that ever happen? We need to stop with these lawyers thinking they can't, and these cops thinking that they can't tell on each other. Where did this ever come from? Okay? Fuck you and your blackmail. Oh, they got something on me, so I can't say anything because then I'm going to get outed on this other thing that I did. Well, then fuck you. That's your consequence, I guess. This is nuts. And Judge this is crazy. This case is nuts.
Here, we're talking about people sharing it, not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and taking it?
No, Your Honor, because right now what we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so
Oh my God. Is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? Yes. Yes, there is. Because that's the whole purpose that they put it in there, because of the disclaimer. Because why were they even opt into that in the first place?
The fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain. And certainly Mr. Koberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it. Now, I do want to address the second part of the court's question about the FBI has indicated that they wouldn't do this.
No, it needs to go to the first part, which is you violated your own policy when you didn't go and obtain search warrants. So why isn't Hitler making him start from the beginning? He's skipping the most important part, which you're not even getting to the point to upload it into anybody's database until you get a warrant, you fucks. So why aren't we starting there? Because guess what? This is called gaslighting. And I'm not going to start where I fail. Okay? We're going to ignore where we fail and just, that's what these, and here as a judge, you're supposed to not allow this. You're supposed to be, no. I need to hear how I'm supposed to let any of this go on when you didn't go and obtain not one, not two, but 3 search warrants. And you knew that this was the policy. Who told you to ignore the interim policy? And how did you think that would bode for your fucking case eventually if you went to trial? What was your expectation once you did arrest somebody and you did come forward? Did you just think that I was going to lay down and throw my fucking cock up and say, yeah, come and sit on it? Yep, I love it, you idiot. That was your expectation. The state was like, we have no problem, trust me, this won't get thrown out one day. That was their level of expectation, is that we can do this because they're never going to know that we did it. And then even when they do find out that we did it, they're not going to listen. We're not going to lose on a technicality.
That's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document. And if you look at the policy in footnote 1, it clearly says this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice, or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem in the sense that on the one hand it says don't do this, and on the other hand you've got a more general sort of catch-all that says, but we're not really meaning anything we say?
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all. I think the problem is they are putting way too much weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain. And what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there's a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense. Davis is the case where it was a very unique set of facts. There was an investigation into a shooting. An officer went to the hospital, and when he went into the victim's room, he saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. So the clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no.
Okay, so right here, this would fail for me. I would then be coming back up to say right here, Your Honor, his argument right there. On November 19th, they obtained a search warrant to go into the house where there was a quadruple homicide. Why did they obtain a search warrant on November 19th? Why did they obtain a search warrant on November 13th where there was a quadruple homicide? Well, they kept obtaining search warrants, okay, to go in the house to obtain the shit in the first place. So now the stuff that they went to obtain to get a search warrant to even obtain it, okay, why did they do any of that? In fact, on the 19th, why did they obtain a search warrant to go into Dylan Morton's room so they could take pictures another go around and then go into her room to take more pictures and take whatever it is that they seized. Why? Why did they obtain a search warrant for that? And then, like, this is absolutely ridiculous. You're obtaining search warrants at every phase, you fucking idiots. That's the criminal justice system. But here we don't have to. But here we don't have to obtain search warrants to literally go and say, "Hey, we're gonna go employ this fucking private lab to do what with our stuff? Just create more evidence." But why does the intern policy think that we need to do that then? I need someone to answer that for me from the FBI. I need someone to explain to me why they ever made the intern policy that way then. Because call me crazy, but Jesus. Not once, not twice, but at 3 different stages, there's these warrants that we need to go obtain. Why? Why? When you have Bill Nye, the science guy over here, telling us that, fuck, that's circular reasoning.
You can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire
We're not talking about what? I don't know who. Yes, you did need to get a search warrant to get crime scene DNA. That's exactly what you did. You guys, that's fucking Mitch Nunes' that's his search warrant. You guys know that, right? This is nuts. They most certainly got a search warrant and they had to wait for Mitch Nunes to be done with it. And that's when they got the search warrant. Then they go inside the house to then start taking blood samples of all of this shit. They didn't do anything. The sheath that had the shit on there. This is crazy. This is what? Yes, you do need a search warrant to go into a house, even one where a crime was committed. Yep, to go and get shit. This is nuts. And then there's a reason that you have chain of custody and you take photos so that you can prove that that's absolutely where this shit came from. Okay, because then at trial, that's when a jury is shown everything. Like, why do you think you need pictures and warrants? And this is what we did, and this is how we did it, and we didn't contaminate anything. This is nuts. This is so fucking crazy. But guess what? When you don't educate yourself and you can sit here and you literally listen to this, like, I mean, I think it would take zero education, but maybe just somebody reminding you, wait, that's actually not true. You guys know that there was a search warrant. They all were waiting around, standing around, and we saw the body cam. And why do you think Idaho State Police was just holding their dicks in the in their trailer for a couple hours?
chain argument here.
Does anybody know why? Why do you think Idaho State Police was standing outside the house in a trailer with their hands in their pockets for hours? Does anybody know why? I'll tell you guys. Because there was no search warrant to go in to the house yet and do anything yet. They had to wait for a warrant to get what he's trying to sit here and say that we don't need a warrant. Listen.
Nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support.
Now look at what Hitler does. Hitler knows that he's absolutely off his rocker. Watch Hitler's movement when he makes this absolutely ridiculous comment.
that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support it.
Hitler's like, oh my God, I cannot believe you don't know what that's about. I love it. You guys, I love it. Hitler's like, oh my God, dude, I cannot believe you just said that. You guys, I may not be a lawyer. You don't need to be a lawyer to understand our criminal justice system, because probably 99% of these people that are lawyers, did they go to did they get a degree in criminal justice? No, they didn't. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what he just said there. You absolutely need a fucking search warrant to go get crime scene DNA. You fucking fool. Cannot believe that was ever said in open court.
Position. The Achilles heel.
Chestnuts roasting. I'm just roasting Nye's chestnuts.
In their entire
taking Ann's chest and his nuts, and we're roasting. And Hitler's over here like, ooh, yeah. Somebody make me a s'more.
Chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the Plainview Doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate access. Mr. Koberger had none of those things with respect to the DNA on the knife sheath. We are talking about not just a crime scene, not just a murder scene.
Listen. My argument needs to be back to this is we need to take out the name Mr. Koberger when we're talking about this. Okay? We, the people, okay, have the expectation of privacy with certain things that you try to do without a warrant. Because it would be everybody, because you don't know who that belongs to. And it's all of us, okay? And so to say that he doesn't, yeah, I believe that we do. Okay? I believe that you need to get a search warrant for things, right? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you need to explain what you're doing, and that's what search warrants do. You're explaining. Because in how you're... Do you understand that there was no probable cause there to start fucking doing SNPs? Why are you doing that? How about this? What else came back? You have all this other stuff that nothing's come back yet. A judge is going to ask a shit ton of questions. Did you process the blood? Isn't there a bunch of blood? Where are you at in that? Have you processed any of that? No. Because they would have never happened. Because when they would have got this blood, then we have unknown male A, B, D, whatever. Okay. Okay. So now you want to just do it on the one piece and not all the other unknowns? What? What? There was blood on that fucking sheath. A mixture. One was a male that wasn't Brian Koberger. We don't care about that. Like, that's how this would have played out if you're really going to a judge and explaining why you need to start doing SNP. We need SNPs with this DNA. Nothing else, though. That is absurd. That's you would get laughed the fuck up out of the goddamn fucking room. I know I would laugh. Wait, what are you doing? You need to do what? Why? You process that whole fucking scene and there's nothing else there. That's it. Wait, you ran it through CODIS but didn't run it through the national database yet? Because that shit takes time. This is nuts.
About a murder scene in a house to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. 4 victims to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. We're not just talking about his DNA happened to be found in a dresser drawer or something. It was found on a knife sheath where 4 people were killed by a knife.
By a knife. Notice how he didn't say by that knife. By a knife. And nothing else.
this is as crime scene as it gets. And that's where the DNA was found, and they can't cite any case law whatsoever. And so they try and just ignore that and skip over it and say, well, let's just talk about the DNA analysis.
No, actually what they're trying to skip, no, that's not what they're doing at all. They're saying that from jump, you didn't go and get a warrant, motherfucker. That's all. And the whole purpose that you get warrants is to protect the privacy of people. Otherwise, if you didn't need warrants, the government can just do whatever. There's no fuck probable cause goes out the window. You don't need shit anymore. You know what? Hey, you're black. I'm going to go do this because I can. We must now be back in the 1960s.
The other problem they have, as this court questions indicated, is the analysis that was done in this case, as we heard the evidence today, is not something that revealed a bunch of private medical information. In fact, the defense's own expert, who was engaged in the same kinds of conduct as Othram in terms of developing these SNP profiles, said he had successfully developed hundreds of SNP profiles and never once learned medical information about any of those individuals. He testified that he has never even heard of a forensic investigative genetic genealogy case that was solved using medical information. And in fact, and I wrote this down when I asked him what he would need to do to learn medical information from those SNPs, he said, quote, it would be a lot of... So the defense is positing this question of, they're saying the court needs to ask itself, what could law enforcement do with the DNA? And then decide whether or not there's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. But that's not what the U.S. Supreme Court says.
What?
In Maryland v. King, they were very clear when it comes to DNA.
Wait, I didn't hear the defense argue that at all. What could they do with this? What? No, they said, they're saying, how did you obtain this without a search warrant? Period. That's all I got from it. That you needed, there was a ton of different phases here that you're supposed to get search warrants and you didn't. And why is he letting him just talk? No interruptions.
Because the defense there was asserting the same argument. We have DNA can reveal a bunch of private medical information, and the U.S. Supreme Court said, quote, even if non-coding alleles could provide some information, they are not in fact tested for that end. And one of the cases denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window. And the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And
where is he saying that the DNA is not his? Because that's a new thing. Wait, what?
You guys denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window. And the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And that is not how the Fourth Amendment works. Your Honor, I also wanted to respond to an argument that was made in the reply brief since I didn't get a chance to do it in the briefing. And this has to do with the trash pull in Pennsylvania. And I'll start by saying the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case outside of the Idaho Supreme Court's decisions in Donato and Paluzzi. Paluzzi is very recent, came out in the middle of the briefing, in fact, and rejected the exact arguments that are being pressed by the defense here. Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street. Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
They just did the regular pickup, I thought. And
Correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we got.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do.
Oh my God, listen to this. He just tried to tell the judge something to see if he could, did he even read anything? Oh my God. Because now we're getting this stuff, it's been since unsealed.
Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street. Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
They just did the regular pickup, I thought. And
Correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we got.
I thought they just did a regular pickup. No, exactly. Why is Hitler thinking that it was just a regular pickup that the oh my God. Why are you taking what they say is fact? They're alleging that Hitler and the defense is saying that's not how it happened.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do that. But
so the FBI prearranged with the garbage company, hey, we need that garbage. So we need you to get it. and don't and do what with it? When you take their garbage bags, we just need what's in there. So we need that.
And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details that the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. And at the end, it says, see video. And there was a video disclosed in discovery where you can see the officer's body cam as he drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans. And they're in the exact place you expect garbage cans to be when they're out for collection. So they, of course, have the burden of establishing a search.
How the fuck was the FBI? You guys, what? When did? Oh my god! Oh my god! This is crazy.
And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details that the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. And at the end, it says, see video. And there was a video disclosed in discovery where you can see the officer's body cam as he drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans. And they're in the exact place you expect garbage cans to be when they're out for collection. So
I want this body cam pronto y pronto. We do not have that video, Lana. That is not, that's an FBI. Wait, you guys, the FBI do not wear body cam. wait, so the FBI wore body cam when they drove by? I'm confused here. I'm totally confused here. The FBI wore the body cam, though? Who wore the body cam? Did the FBI wear the body cam? There is Pennsylvania State Police doesn't wear body cam. Pennsylvania doesn't wear body cam. FBI since, yep, where is this? I just want to see this body cam and I want to know who was wearing it. Okay, because God forbid we don't have the video of any of going into the house with fucking guns. We don't got body cam of that. We're gonna take down this whole family and zip tie these motherfuckers. We're gonna see Brian Culver's mom's tits hanging out. Okay, I want to see Brian Culver's dad's dick flapping around in some boxers. We're gonna go in there, guns blazing. Okay, with the big bear cat driving up the driveway. No body cams. Hey, can you get that garbage can for me? Make sure you got your body cam on. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is insanity. Give me that monkey. That sounds like a great plan. We're gonna arrest this motherfucker. We're gonna zip tie everybody. We want AKs to their fucking faces. And you're gonna take his eyes and you're gonna shove it in that phone, and he is gonna release from his pupils. We're gonna get into his phone. And we're gonna fucking do whatever we want. Nobody's wearing their body cams. You hear me? Nobody. But tell Sarah to drive by and make sure you get the. I want to know the date of the drive-by with the body cam with the garbage out. Okay. Yeah. Unbelievable. It's exactly where we're supposed to be, and we drove by with these body cams on. Dude, think about it. If you're wearing a body cam for that, why aren't you wearing a body cam for going into his house? Unbelievable. Like, I just can't even. So you guys do have body cam. You guys knew to put body cam on. This is just mind-blowing. And here he's arguing that. Listen, we did it all. Look at this. This is all legit, man. Come on.
They, of course, have the burden of establishing a search. They haven't presented any evidence to that. It's not sufficient for them to stand up here and say, well, it's just not clear. Which brings me to my final point, and that is Ms. Taylor continues to say there was a lot of secretive stuff happening in this case.
Mm-hmm.
That is not sufficient to satisfy their burden that there was a search, that someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy. When you have the burden, you have to present evidence. You don't get to just stand up and say, well, it was very secretive. I will
We
note.
We've provided a lot here that you guys have been, not only that it's secretive, that you guys have been lying, secrets. Everything's been trying to be hit all day. I mean, I get it, Grandpa Bill Nye, you just got on the case. You know, you weren't part of the fuckerage, and now you got to come in here and clean it up. I understand. You think that they're going to tell you what the fuck they've been doing? No. And then he had the balls to go get interviewed and say what a stand-up guy Bill Thompson is. This was all to publicly
In this case, as the
move people's careers.
court may be familiar with it, as it's probably read back through the record, the defense in this case has gotten a lot more information than many defendants in other states who have, where there's been an IGG investigation, because the majority of courts have found this isn't really relevant information. It's just a tip. Now, it is what it is in this case, and we, of course, complied with all the court's orders and provided the information, but there's not a lot of information, not because it's secretive, but because it's just not our case. It's not what we're focused on. It's not the evidence we plan on using at trial. And yes.
It's not our case. That's not what we're going to focus on. What? Well, no shit. It's because you lied about how you got to the motherfucker and it came out. We have all the reports. Unbelievable. It's not our case. That's not how we got to him. Yeah, it is. Because then after there was no suppression that happened, then they come out and say that, yeah, we ID'd him because of this. Like, get the fuck out of here.
IGG was used in this case, and yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. You're asking to deny the motion to suppress.
He says it. I forgot he says it. Look at Hitler's face. Come on.
Information, not because it's secretive, but because it's just not our case. It's not what we're focused on. It's not the evidence we plan on using at trial. And yes, IGG was used in this case, and yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. You're asking to deny the motion to suppress.
If the FBI, in fact, violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Koberger, you would agree the state is burdened by that?
It's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by
that. If the FBI violated Mr. Kohlberger's Fourth Amendment rights, you would agree that the state would be burdened by that. Yep, that's a great way to look at it. The state would be burdened by it. It's like, we're not going to let a federal issue burden the state. Well, then you shouldn't have brought those federal fucking assholes onto your case now, should you? Or better yet, you used them, you knew exactly what was going on, and then you lied about it. Okay? So it's not a federal problem, because the state, aka Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, was literally holding each other's hands, okay, playing Ring Around the Rosie with Nick Balance and all these fucking feds, all right? They knew everything. They lied. Maury lied. They all lied. All of these people lied. The only people that are burdened here is the people of the United States of America, not the state. Because last time I checked, it was we the people. Yeah. But you guys trying to represent what we the people, we don't go and do this type of garbage investigations and lie and create all this bullshit.
I'll start backwards. I will answer the court's question that the court posed to Mr. Nye. The state is burdened by what the FBI did here. Every action the FBI took in here, all of the secret actions that they took, show you that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. They didn't want anybody to know what they're doing.
I don't like that.
To hear that discovery requests and motions to compel and orders have been complied with, when I've learned at least 3 new things in the course of preparing for this hearing and being at this hearing so far today. That's a surprise to me. So I wanted to say that. I would have said, okay, in response to this jackass, I'll start backwards. What he's talking about, the state being burdened because of the feds, Your Honor, no. The states were co-actors with the feds every step of the way. It was Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings who made the decision to employ IGG in the first place, Your Honor, not the feds. And then every step of the way, Bill Thompson knew that he had to obtain a warrant, and he didn't. He knows the interim policy. And if he doesn't, then he should not be the district attorney. He should not be doing anything that he's doing right now. I would have never let that go like that. It would have been, no. This was orchestrated, not the feds have to be asked to come in, Your Honor. Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, holding the feds' hands. All of their hands are dirty. And it was Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings that said, yes, with the Idaho State Police, lab people, yes, we're going to do IGG.
fuck out of here.
And I want to go back to the trash pool. And I want you to know, when you consider this, that that particular area had an ordinance. That trash had.
Supreme Court reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector, and that you have to put your trash out too. In that circumstance, the FBI worked with the trash collector and had them go just to get that trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
the expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can to be taken away, per the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance that says when and where you have to put your trash.
Well, Your Honor, I think that there is an expectation of privacy when you have to comply. You have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
Unless you're saying the Supreme Court was wrong, the Idaho Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything.
But I have to follow what they say.
But I have to make a record when I don't agree.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do. I'll move on.
I think there is a difference when you're having the FBI tell the trash man what to do. This is the FBI's telling everybody what to do. And then Judge Hipper's like, let me just touch my toes.
Something else. I want to talk about now where Mr. Nice started that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote. And I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that the FBI is not to search databases that they're not allowed to. In this case, the 2 of the 4 that they did. And the next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution case. The prosecutor talked to you about, well, this is a tip. This is just a tip. It's like an informant. And it's thought of in this Department of Justice policy as more if they're told to keep things in case there's a prosecution case. And so that should be considered when you're considering the entire picture that we have here in light of the amount of secrecy that happened here. That takes it out of being a tip. It takes it out of being a lead in the case. I would remind the court, I'm sure the court knows pretty well when we're talking about confidential informants and that type of law, you have to have some reliability. And there should be a big question here about how reliable this is, how reliable whatever it was the FBI did to develop this profile with the rest of the secret things that they did in this case and their willingness to violate their own policy. Certainly not suggesting that this court create a new Fourth Amendment right based on violation of Department of Justice policy, but I'm saying you should look at that and consider that when you're thinking about what the FBI did here and how credible this informant was, how credible this lead was in this particular case. That's fair for you to consider just like you would in any other confidential informant type of case. I would like to distinguish what we have here with our subsequent search. I talked a lot about that before. I won't go too far on that. This is a second search, just focusing on the 2 SNP files. These are extra searches that happen after the initial search is done and the STR profile is developed and it goes into the CODIS database. This is completely different and a SNP is different. You heard a lot of testimony about how this is sort of new and evolving technology and the standards that apply are catching up and there's best practices. You heard a lot about that today. So I don't think we can just say, well, if CODIS is fine, this is fine. It's not the same at all. There is a ton of information. It's your whole genome that gets profiled. Maybe the SNP that uploads into MyHeritage, which it shouldn't have, maybe that SNP doesn't tell you certain things about a health profile, but the potentiality is there in the SNP profile. For $12, you can upload that profile and find out all kinds of personal health information. It's the potentiality of that. And that's the Carpenter case that talked about the potentiality of that. People have an absolute privacy interest in their health matters. Idaho has a couple of different laws on the books. It has the family DNA law on the books. And think about HIPAA. I mean, we all have to sign those forms every time we go to the doctor if we want anything released to our surgeon. Health matters are important. If you can upload one of these profiles for $12 and find out all kinds of information, how is that not a Fourth Amendment issue? That's what that SNP profile can do. And that was done twice without a warrant in this case. And there should have been a warrant. It violates Fourth Amendment rights, Article 1, Section.
And so basically the moral of the story is that there is no SNP profile. And if you take the SNP profile out, there is no way to compare. You don't ever get the name Brian Kober without the SNP. Okay? End of story. And so that's why I laugh when people say, using the STR, then STR? That STR would have been unassigned until this motherfucker would have committed another crime. And at that point, it could have then just connected the 2 homicides scenes Okay? So I'll fight anybody on that. There is no SNP developed. If you don't, if you needed a warrant and you didn't get a warrant, okay? So the SNP did what? It's what gave you the matches to come up with the name Brian Koberger, okay? That's how you identified Brian Koberger, was from the SNP. Brian Koberger was identified because of the SNP. Now, you want to sit here and argue with me about how the STR DNA at the crime scene was unidentified? And you think that you aren't going to fucking say that it came from the SNP of the STR? Then you are a fucking moron. And I don't fuck with you because you can't think. Because you don't know what cause and effect is. Okay? Without something, I want to make lemonade. Mom, I got water. I want to make lemonade. What do you need? You need fucking lemons. Oh, I do? Yeah. Okay, where do I go get lemons from? You're not going to have lemonade without fucking lemons. You're going to have water. Okay? The STR is water. The SNP is your lemons. In order, like, you're not making lemonade. Goddamn. Fuck. Shit. The SNP is what identified Brian Koberger. Not the STR. That's my opinion. That's how I would argue it. That STR is not going to do it. You needed the STR, you needed the DNA from the crime scene to ever make a SNP. And then everybody should ask themselves, why didn't we do this with everything else? You have all this other unknown shit there. And you know what should be really interesting is when Dylan says that they did a deep clean of that house because it was parents' weekend, and that you're probably not going to be able to find any DNA because we just did a deep clean. That was the week before. I bet you they would have cleaned, I don't know, the banisters and like sticky shit on the banisters on the wall. There's blood. There's people's blood in that house. There is DNA that is mixed with the victim's blood on the sheath. That's not Brian Koberger's. How does the state not want to get everybody? If there is blood at my child's crime scene that's unidentified, multiple people, I have a problem with that. I don't care what the state is telling me. So that's the other thing that I think about the families. They think that Bill Thompson's a complete fucking idiot, fucking piece of shit, all this stuff. Well, he's the one that's telling you not to worry about the other blood. That would give me actually the opposite effect, that I would care about the blood. Is when everything that Bill Thompson would tell me, I would be opposite because I don't trust him. Yeah, which means the blood is recent. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah. It's laughable. This case is just, no wonder why they're charging. It all goes back to the beginning of the comments, which is FOIA requests. FOIA requests. FOIA. No wonder these are astronomical. Do you know why we're asking for these things? Because this case does not make any sense. This case makes zero sense from an investigative standpoint. And it's cases like this that they're using for poster child cases where IGG should trump a detective's work. And those aren't my words. Those are the words of Othram's co-founder, David Middleman, is saying that these peon detectives basically suck and we solve the cases. Our technology, what we do. And then according to Ann Taylor, she's over here saying Othram couldn't even get it done. You developed the SNP And I just want to hear Othram say, yeah, we couldn't get it done because we weren't going to violate the policy. That's all I want to hear Othram say. And instead of saying it that way, they just said that the FBI went rogue. It's the same thing. And you know who did it, because ask David Othram, who the fuck did you send the stuff to? Who did you send all your information to that when the FBI took over? Oh, I don't recall. And see, that's the other problem is Ann Taylor, it should be a fucking free-for-all for Ann Taylor to get everything that they could ever imagine on Othram once she brought Othram in on the mix and gave them crime scene DNA. How are we protecting Othram? It's just insanity. I'm sorry, but I think I could oral argue way better than half of these people. And maybe it's just because I'm a conceited fucking prick bitch, but I'm sorry. I never ran from an argument, man. Like, hey, Your Honor, it seems like you're asking me these questions. I have a question for you. What do you need in order to write in the order granted? What's going to tip the scale? You get to ask me all these questions. I'm going to ask you these questions. What do you need to hear? You say, I got to convince you. I got to convince you. You mean trick you? Like, what do you mean convince you? This is what they did. This is what they were supposed to do. And all you did in your order was give me reasons that are not true. You told the world that they did not make an identification off of the IGG and that is not what identified Brian Kober. And you are so fucking wrong. So wrong. And he knows he's wrong. Literally looking at the Reddit post right now. This isn't difficult and no one needs a back door to look at it. You just look for his comment. That's only off of the one thing. It wasn't his comment. Lana, doesn't run the other way in a game of dodgeball. Remember that, folks? Yeah, I'm going to catch your balls. Lana, I'm truly so impressed with your knowledge and common sense and fabulous sense of humor. Yes, I love to laugh. I do. Even like when I'm working on stuff, like I'll find the funniest things out of, like, I'm just like, did this really just happen? And then when I ask a question, like I'm really asking it. Some of the time it's rhetorical, but other times I'm just like, no, somebody needs to explain this to the world, because what he's arguing here, literally 10 minutes later, he's saying the opposite. And what they're writing in motions 2 years earlier is opposite of them what they're arguing 2 years later. And the only people that are trying to have it both ways is the state. And they're the ones that are throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. And then, but the state doesn't even have to do that because Hitler is making the state's own arguments. And that's just something that's an integrity flaw for me with Hitler. Like, that's not your job. You are the referee. Okay? You don't play the game. William Tardy. William, everybody. For the holidays, Lana, this one is for you and the fam. Thank you, Brooke. Never trust in the government. Always. And see, all it is we should, asking questions is what the government should want. The people that work for the government, right? Because it's all about we the people. There are people that work for the government. It's not robots. Okay? And then we're asking those people to take a peek and look at, hey, this just doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. Or, because I want to know that, wait, why do we even have a search warrant for anything to do with IGG? But really, when you think about it, it's because these state labs don't do it. And they're the state police labs. So we're going to I'm just going to start a lab, guys. And I don't even have to be accredited, because guess what? Othram was not accredited lab. What does that mean? That means that there is no standard for any of for nothing. for nothing. I don't want to see. I just know there's a better way to do it. In pointing out flaws in fixing something, hey, guess what? Try Brian Colbert without it. Okay, you can still get him without it, can't you? I think I could prosecute Brian Colbert's case and find him guilty without some stuff. Why? Honestly, because because of juries. And if I have this type of a judge that's just going to allow me to do whatever the fuck I want, well, it's going to be great. It's going to be fine. Okay. I couldn't imagine calling some of these people to the stand. Unless they're going to lie for me. That's why I think that I could still win the case, because these people that are going to take the stand are going to lie. And so therefore, suppress whatever you want. We got this. That's pretty crazy. It's rare to have a fair judge these days, right? It's honestly, it has to start with the thank you so much, Katie. It needs to start with this discovery process. You are arresting somebody, and yeah, it's on probable cause. But whatever you wrote in your probable cause to arrest them, that should be handed over and already finished and done. Boom. Whatever you're going to do to add to the case afterwards, okay, great. Add away, all right? But that's why we should not waive our right to a speedy trial. Why would you ever give somebody all this time to make a case against you? Guys, the government, they don't have a case when they're making these arrests. Okay? They are prematuring all of their arrests. And that's really, really important. And so when you are innocent, I'm telling you, if you are innocent, the dumbest thing that you could do is ever waive your right to a speedy trial, is ever waive your right to a preliminary hearing, is ever waive or push anything back to do with a preliminary hearing. Because with the new tech, back in the day, we didn't have technology. Okay? Technology has completely changed the game. And as far as circumstantial evidence, you can now make anybody guilty of things because of circumstantial shit. That's my take. And these defense attorneys need to get more ballsy. Get more ballsy. And start calling people out. If people are lying to you, call these people out. You know how bad Alan Jackson was calling out them for lying in the Karen Reed case? It was like nothing I've ever seen before. And it was fucking glorious. It was so fucking great. It was best. It was, I hated that Karen had to go through that, man. Oh, Jose's going to do it. Wait till the Shanna Gardner case happens. That case is going to be, you guys know in the Shanna Gardner case, they dropped the death penalty. Okay. There's going to be a trial. There's no wheeling and dealing. They dropped the death penalty in the Shanna Gardner case. Okay. And here, Florida did that, right? And think about this. All Bill Thompson, hey, drop the death penalty and let's go to trial. Would you ever want it on your conscience if I lost the case and my client dies because I was representing them? And all I had to do is say, dude, just take this deal. Because I would just never want that on my conscience, right? So not only are you playing with fire in terms of like using the leverage of the death penalty to the person that could potentially die, you are also using it as a strategy to the person that's actually defending that person. Because how bad would it suck to be a defense attorney in a capital case and you lose and that person dies? And you were offered a plea deal and you turn it down because that was your advice, is to turn it down because somebody asked you, well, what should I do? And that, to me, that's not fair. That's like, I don't think a lot of people think about it like that. But I'll tell you what, as competitive as I am, it would take me a long time to have to make that decision to like, it should give you butterflies in your stomach and give you that, like, you're going to be sick feeling. And so a lot of people, when say like, why would Ann Taylor do that? Brian, they could say, oh, she was trying to throw everything at the wall and nothing would stick. No, Ann Taylor was nailing arguments, definitely nailing stuff in briefs. And it didn't matter what they did. He wasn't going to do anything different. And so when hey, I asked somebody a question, all the state has to do is stand up and say, objection. Yep. Sustained. Move on, Miss Taylor. Well, no, I want to ask, this is voir dire. I have, balance up here. You're not going to badger him and ask him, you asked him that question. He said, nope, but move on. I don't know. So, all right, guys. See you on the next one. I'll be live tonight. Later, do a nighttime one. But 26 today in total it was, yeah. So lead sheets, 26,256 hours. 256 hours for the lead sheets. 26 G's. Because they needed to redact everything. Thanks, Lana, for this excellent live chat. Yeah, it's I gotta go start saving my pennies, guys. 26 G's. 26 G's for 10,000 emails. 30,000 emails. 30,000 emails. $26,000. And it would be 256 hours worth of work. What is that divided by 40? Did I get to everybody's? Brooke. Gotcha, Brooke. Brooke. Silent G22. No justice, no peace. Silent G membership. Good vibes only. One. Is that Twiz in here? Where have you been, Twiz? Until you came along, we'd be ignorant. Thanks. Hey, I guess I'm just being more vocal. I'm here to back up a movement for legislators to make laws so prosecutors can be prosecuted and the people are able to impeach judges. Yes, something needs to happen. Yeah, this qualified immunity can all piss off. Right? This is just, I think everything should be up for Frank's hearing. I don't think that you should have to like get one, and there should just be one, Because I'm telling you, what defense attorneys are gonna go in motion for a Frank's? Okay, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. You know what I mean? It's an oath that that an attorney is taking as well. So like, if you're gonna say it's just one big class here, but if you motion for a Frank's hearing should be had. You shouldn't have to get one. Okay. It should be, hey, if you motion for it, That should be an automatic granting. Okay. Because you know what? If you can go and get a grand jury just to indict, then a defendant should have an automatic Frank's hearing if you motion for one. Truth Seeker said, we paid $26,000 for our first house. Yep, we need to end. Yeah. Did we do? I didn't see the math. What was the math there on 256 hours? I wish Andrea would get unbusy. 256 divided by 40 equals 6.5. 6.5 weeks it would take somebody. 6.5 weeks of work to dedicate to doing the leads sheets. God. And guess what it would like you would get from it? A bunch of information, and you would have no idea who called it in and who it's about. That's nuts. Can you imagine that? I paid $26,000 for a bunch of information that you have no idea what it means, who it's about. Jack Showalter's on the nice list. It was the point in the beginning. Jack Showalter. You guys know that he went to Floyd's and he was there at 10:49 a.m. And he said he went to Floyd's, so he did. Check, right? What time does he leave? What time did he come back? So he just heads to Floyd's, literally got out the car, got his order, paid, left, headed right back to get high. And he must have been, I think he was driving, a little bit above the speed limit. Now, let me tell you something. Nobody that kills people usually just, I'm going to, could potentially be like, have, cuts and their face got hit or something. They're out in public. He went to a public place. That's what he did. He went out and Brian Culver, so he's up all night. Then he gets right back up in the morning, goes, gets more weed, comes back. Brian Culver goes to Costco, goes to get a cup of Joe. Not both of these people, no bruises, nothing, right? Nothing, no blemishes, nothing. No cuts, no scrapes, no nothing. And yet it was the police that were determining, like, hey, show us your body. Like, we want to see if you got any scrapes, bruises. And what time is it over there in Idaho? We should probably call him. I'm going to give a shout out to Brandy. Thank you so much, Brandy. I got your Cash App. That was really, really sweet of you if you're still here, Brandy. It's 109 there. Anything else I missed? Merry Christmas. Thank you. Yuri gave away 5 memberships. I get that. What's up, Kim? Good morning, Lana. I'm hitting you in the afternoon. Good afternoon, girl. Just trying to pull an all-dayer here. Allie. Tally. Woo! Yeah. Oh, wait. Today's Friday. So Karen Reed has a fundraiser tonight. I want to tell everybody about that. Karen Reed fundraiser. Karen Reed fundraiser. I think some bombs are going to happen over there. I think Karen Reed's going to pop on the channel. I do. So if you guys want to hear from Karen Reed, my gut is telling me that Karen Reed's going to pop on that. Yeah, we have 65,000 subscribers here. If everybody donates 50 cents, we could make the 26,000. You guys, 26 G's. But it's redacted. But think about this. I just want to become an independent contractor with the Moscow Police Department. And like, who truly gets that money? Because there is. Okay, let me see. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do one more piece of math. If we do 256 divided by. Oh wow! Wait, hold on. 26,000 divided by 256 hours. That's $100 an hour. $100 an hour? $100 an hour? Get the fuck out of here. Lana, you have to do a show on that clown slow last night with Lindsay. Oh God. I can't believe she's still talking. Honestly, she needs to shut up. Somebody's not doing her any favors. Is that her lawyer's grant too? They did a show. Wow. I just wouldn't be talking. I'd be saying nothing. Nothing at all. I've been going through her more of her phone records. You guys, these Google searches of hers, I personally think that Aiden was with her when the Google searches were made. And I think they're watching porn together. You guys know about those Google searches? $101. Lana, did you read Ricky's appeal? I'm getting pumped to right now. How many pages? Because I'm printing it. You guys know what docking means? DOCKING, docking. I mean, stop. Oh, 114. Love it. Let me just Google docking for you guys. Docking.
No, my God, you did.
I just want to read this for 1 second. Docking, slang,
Explain why, though.
term. I already just did. Okay, ready? This is Lindsay Gaetani has this on her search for Google. Docking occurs when two men, usually homosexual, with erect penises, both uncircumcised, put one penis head in the foreskin of another man. What do you mean? The meaning of docking in Urban Dictionary, a taboo sexual practice between two men. Docking, a very intimate and intense sexual act performed by two uncircumcised men. This is what Lindsay Gaetani was Googling while watching porn with, I believe, Aiden Carney. Because it went from, it was very, very bizarre, but read what all? Docking meaning, to engage in very intense or vigorous sexual intercourse, typically implying roughness or perceived dominance or submission. I already read that part. It won't even let me look this shit up. I'm just like, who the fuck does this? Somebody in Reddit says docking. Who's done it? Is it even possible? And if so, how does it feel? You guys. Lindsay then, after Googling docking, and then it was like, come whatever. Then she Googles, what should I buy my boyfriend for a gift? Bleh. All right, guys. We'll be back later tonight. Thank you guys for joining. We learned so much over here. Hope you guys got a bunch of your rapping done while listening. We did call Ann Taylor's office today. You can rewind it back, clip it out. I did call Ann Taylor's office. We wish them a Merry Christmas from Lana and Truth and Transparency. We thanked her for her best efforts in defending our constitutional rights. So with that said, I submit. Peace out.